Hey everyone, this is Ryder from Skip. It's Tuesday, September 29th. It's 8 p.m. Pacific, and I'm about to read the entire HEROES Act, all 2,154 pages. I didn't print out all of it, but I printed out some, and I'm mostly going to read it from my computer here. The reason I'm doing this is because two reasons. One, the American people need a new stimulus package. We've been waiting 6 months since the CARES Act. People need more stimulus funding, PPP funding, small business help, support for healthcare workers, unemployed people, and so much more. Also education. So there's so much in this bill. This is the last shot we have to pass something before the election. I want to call attention to this. If you've been watching any of our videos, for 7 months since February, we've been doing daily videos, almost daily videos, and almost daily emails to educate people on not only coronavirus, but also stimulus stuff and basically what people need to know. So this is going to be an unedited long video. Please show your support. Just subscribe and share this. The second reason we're doing this is because you may know we're donating 100% of our YouTube revenue this month to create our own stimulus checks, okay? If the government doesn't pass a bill, again, we deserve a new bill because we've been waiting long enough. If the government doesn't pass it, we'll donate our own money to give out stimulus checks. And we're going to announce winners for that on Friday for this first round. But I think we will continue to donate our YouTube revenue to give out stimulus checks to subscribers of this channel. Please subscribe and share. I'm not going to talk any longer because I've got a lot of reading to do. You know, if I read one page a minute, basically this is 35 hours of reading, but YouTube has a limit of 12 hours now. So honestly, I don't know how this is going to go. I may have to cut periodically, by the way, because I want to make sure that I'm recording all of this. I'd hate to go 12 hours and not have it recording. Plus, I need to take my dog out and do some other things. But let's dive in. I also hope this is interesting. If you're really curious about this, I doubt anyone in the country has read this full in detail. It's just a massive, massive bill. Okay, I'm 10% in, and it's been several hours, I think, so far. Thank you for subscribing and watching this video. Please share it. You know, we're giving all of our YouTube money back to subscribers of this channel. We want to get this bill passed. That's our mission here, to get this bill passed so millions of you can get the help you need. Let's start. Page 1, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the U.S. in Congress assembled. Section 1, short title, this act may be cited as the HEROES Act. Section 2, tables of content. Table of contents. The table of contents for this act is as follows. Okay. Section 1, short title. Section 2, table of contents. Section 3, references. Okay, let's dive in. Section 1, Division A, Coronavirus Recovery Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021. The following sums are hereby appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes, namely Title I, Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies. Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Programs, Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $2.5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally. Provided that the funding made available under this heading in this act shall be used for conducting audits and investigations of projects and activities carried out with funds made available to the Department of Agriculture to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally. Provided further that such amounts shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Remember that one. Rural development programs. Rural housing service salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $10 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, including administrative expenses, provided that such amounts shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Rental Assistance Program. For an additional amount for rental assistance program, $309 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including for temporary adjustment of wage income losses for residents of housing financed or assisted under Section 514, 515, and 516 of the Housing Act of 1949, without regard to any existing eligibility requirements based on income, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Domestic food programs, food and nutrition service, special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children. For an additional amount for the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, $400 million, provided that such an amount designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. For an additional amount for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, $10 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus, provided that such amounts shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. We're already on page 9 of 2,154. Commodity Assistance Program. For an additional amount for Commodity Assistance Program, $450 million for the Emergency Food Assistance Program as authorized by Section 27A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 and Section 2004 AI of the Emergency Food Assistance Act of 1983, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Department of Health and Human Services, FDA, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $1.5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, domestically or internationally, for the purposes of holding one or more advisory committee meetings to discuss requests for authorization or applications for approval of vaccines for coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General Provisions, this title. Section 101. For an additional amount for grants to rural utility service borrowers as authorized in Section 701 of Division N of this Act to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, $2.6 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2022, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 102. For an additional amount for the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, $14 million for nutrition assistance to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount shall be in addition to other amounts available for such purposes, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 103. For an additional amount for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, $1.236 billion for nutrition assistance to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amounts shall be in addition to any further amounts available for such purposes, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 11. Section 104. For an additional amount for American Samoa, $9,117,000 for nutrition assistance to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amounts shall be in addition to any further amounts available for such purposes, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 105. The matter preceding the first proviso under the heading Commodity Assistance Program in Title I of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, that's the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, is amended by striking, quote, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that the amounts repurposed pursuant to the amendment made by this section that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 106. For an additional amount of this program established under 7522 of the Food Conservation and Energy Act 2008 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, $20 million, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 107. Section 11004 in Title I of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act is amended by inserting after the fourth proviso the following, provided further that the conditions set forth in Section 9003F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002 shall apply with respect to all construction, alteration, or repair work carried out in whole or in part with funds made available by this section, provided that amounts repurposed pursuant to the amendments made pursuant to this section are designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 108, page 13, for necessary expenses for salary and related costs associated with agricultural quarantine and inspection services pursuant to 21 U.S.C. in addition to any other funds made available for this purpose, there is appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $350 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022 to offset the loss resulting from the coronavirus pandemic of quarantine and inspection fees collected pursuant to Sections 2508 and 2509 of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, provided that amounts made available in this section and under the heading Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service Salaries and Expenses in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 116-136, shall be treated as funds collected by fees authorized under Sections 2508 and 2509 of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990. For purposes of Section 421F of the Homeland Security Act 2002, provided further that the amounts repurposed in this section that were previously designated by the Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 15, Title II, Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies, Department of Commerce, International Trade Administration, Operations and Administration, for an additional amount for Operations and Administration, $20 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Minority Business Development Agency, Minority Business Development, for an additional amount for Minority Business Development, $25 million for necessary expenses for the business centers and specialty centers, including any cost-sharing requirements that may exist for assisting minority business enterprises to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including identifying and accessing local, state, and federal government assistance related to such virus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Bureau of the Census, current surveys and programs, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for current surveys and programs, $10 million, provided that such sums may be transferred to the Bureau of Census Working Capital Fund for necessary expenses incurred as a result of the coronavirus, including the payment of salaries and leave to Bureau of the Census staff resulting from the suspension of data collection for reimbursable surveys conducted for other federal agencies, provided that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Periodic censuses and programs. For an additional amount for periodic censuses and programs, $400 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 17, U.S. Patent and Trademark Office salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for U.S. Patent and Trademark Office salaries and expenses, $95 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Institute of Standards and Technology, Industrial Technology Services. For an additional amount for industrial technology services, $70 million, of which $50 million shall be for the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership to assist manufacturers to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, and $20 million shall be for the National Network for Manufacturing Innovation, also known as Manufacturing USA, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to support development and manufacturing of medical countermeasures and biomedical equipment, provided that none of the funds provided under this heading in this act shall be subject to cost share requirements under Section 34E7A of the National Institute of Standards and Technology Act. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Procurement, Acquisition, and Construction. For an additional amount for procurement, acquisition, and construction, $42 million for these guys to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus by supporting continuity of the National Weather Service, life and property related to operations, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Fisheries Promotion Fund. For an additional amount for Fisheries Promotion Fund, $100 million to remain available until September 30, 2022, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for grants authorized by the Salton-Stall-Kennedy Act of 1954, provided that within this amount appropriated under this heading in this act, up to 2% of funds may be transferred to the Operations, Research, and Facilities Account for Management, Administration, and Oversight of funds provided under this heading in this act. Provided further that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Fisheries Disaster Assistance. For an additional amount for Fisheries Disaster Assistance, $250 million for activities authorized under Section 12005 of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act of 2020, CARES Act, including for necessary expenses to provide assistance to tribal, subsistence, commercial, and charter fishery participants affected by the novel coronavirus COVID-19, which may include direct relief payments. Provided that of the funds provided under this heading in this act, $25 million shall be for tribal fishery participants who belong to federally recognized tribes in any of the nation, states, and territories. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 20, Departmental Management Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $2 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the impact of coronavirus on the work of the Department of Commerce and to carry out investigations and audits related to the funding made available for the Department of Commerce in this Act and in Title II of Division B of Public Law 116-136, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Administrative Provisions, Department of Commerce. Section 201. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the federal share for grants provided by the Economic Development Administration under Public Law 11693 and Public Law 116-136 shall be 100%, provided that the amounts repurposed in this section that were previously designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 202, the Secretary of Commerce may waive in whole or in part the matching requirements under Section 306 and 306A and the cost-sharing requirements under Section 315 of the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972 as necessary for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022 upon written request by a coastal state. Section 203. Amounts provided by this Act or any other Act making appropriations for fiscal year 2021 for the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership under the heading, quote, National Institute of Standards and Technology, Industrial Technology Services, shall not be subject to cost share requirements under Section 25E2 of the National Institute of Standards and Technology Act, 15 U.S.C. 278K E2, provided that the authority made available pursuant to this section shall be elective for any manufacturing extension partnership center that also receives funding from the state that is conditioned upon the application of the federal cost-sharing requirement. 22. Department of Justice, Federal Prison System, Salaries and Expenses. For an additional amount of salaries and expenses, $620 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the impact of coronavirus on the work of the Department of Justice, to include funding for medical testing and services, personal protective equipment, hygiene supplies and services, sanitation services, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $3 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the impact of coronavirus on the work of the Department of Justice, and to carry out investigations and audits related to the funding made available for the Department of Justice in this Act and in Title II of Division B of Public Law 116-136, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 23, State and Local Law Enforcement Activities, Office of Violence Against Women Prevention and Prosecution Programs. For an additional amount for Violence Against Women Prevention and Prosecution Programs, $375 million to remain available until expended, of which, number one, $100 million is the formula grants to states and territories to combat violence against women as authorized by Part T of Title I of the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968. Number two, $40 million is for transitional housing assistance grants for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, stalking, and sexual assault as authorized by Section 40299 of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, Public Law 103-322, 1994 Act. 3. $100 million is for formula grants to states and territories for sexual assault victims assistance as authorized by Section 41601 of the 1994 Act. 4. $20 million is for rural domestic violence and child abuse enforcement assistance grants as authorized by Section 40295 of the 1994 Act. 5. $15 million is for grants to support families in the justice system as authorized by Section 1301 of the Victims and Trafficking and Violence Program Act of 2000, Public Law 106-386. 6. $50 million is for grants to tribal governments, tribal coalitions, tribal nonprofit organizations, and tribal organizations that serve Native victims for purposes authorized under 34 U.S.C. 10441D, 34 U.S.C. 12511, 34 U.S.C. 10452, and 34 U.S.C. 12511. 7. $25 million is for grants to enhance culturally specific services for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, as authorized under 34 U.S.C. 2124, commonly referred to as the Culturally Specific Services Program. And 8. $25 million is for grants for outreach and services to underserved populations as authorized by under 34 U.S.C. 20123, commonly referred to as the underserved program, provided that a recipient of such funds shall not be subject, as a condition for receiving funds, to any otherwise applicable requirement to provide or obtain other federal or non-federal funds, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Justice Reform, State and Local Law Enforcement Assistance, for an additional amount for state and local law enforcement assistance, $250 million to remain available until expended for offender reentry programs as authorized by the Second Chance Act of 2007 and by the Second Chance Reauthorization Act of 2018, without regard to the time limitations specified in Section 6.1 of such act, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that a recipient of funds made available under this heading in the act shall not be subject, as the condition for receiving the funds, to any otherwise applicable requirement to provide or obtain other federal or non-federal funds, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 26. We're doing about 1 page a minute here. Got to pick up the pace. For an additional amount for state and local law enforcement assistance, $600 million to remain available until expended. For grants, contracts, cooperative agreements, and other assistance as authorized by the Pandemic Justice Response Act, Title II of Division T of this Act, referred to in this paragraph as the Act, provided that $500 million is to establish and implement policies and procedures to prevent, detect, and stop the presence and spread of COVID-19 among arrestees, detainees, inmates, correctional facility staff, and visitors to the facilities, and for pretrial citation and release grants as authorized by the Act, provided further that $25 million is for rapid COVID-19 testing as authorized by the Act, provided further that $75 million is for grants for juvenile-specific services as authorized by the Act, provided further that a recipient of funds made available under this heading into the Act shall not be subject, as a condition for receiving the funds, to any otherwise applicable requirement to provide or obtain other federal or non-federal funds, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Juvenile justice reforms. For an additional amount for juvenile justice programs, $100 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which $50 million shall be for juvenile justice programs authorized by Sections 221 of the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1994, and $50 million shall be for programs authorized by the Victims of Child Abuse Act of 1990, provided that funds made available under this heading in this Act shall be made available without any otherwise applicable requirement that a recipient of such funds provide any federal funds or any non-federal funds as a condition for receiving the funds made available under such heading, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Science. National Science Foundation, research and related activities, including transfer of funds. For an additional amount for research and related activities, $2.587 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2022 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to fund research grants, provided that up to $2.537 billion shall be necessary expenses, including extensions of existing research grants, cooperative agreements, scholarships, fellowships, apprenticeships, provided further that $1 million shall be for a study on the spread of COVID-19 related disinformation as described in Section 204 of this Act, provided further that the amount appropriated under this heading in this Act, up to 2% of these funds may be transferred to the Agency Operations and Award Management account for management, administration, and oversight of funds, provided that under this header in this Act, provided further that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Education and Human Resources. For an additional amount for education and human resources, $300 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including extensions of existing research grants, cooperative agreements, scholarships, fellowships, and apprenticeships, provided that of the amount approved under this heading in this Act, up to 2% of funds may be transferred to the Agency Operations and Award Management account for management, administration, and oversight of funds provided under this heading in this Act, provided further that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Administrative provision, science, study on COVID-19 disinformation. Section 204, study. No later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the director of the National Science Foundation shall enter into an arrangement with the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, National Academies, to conduct a study on the current understanding of the spread of COVID-19 related to disinformation on the internet and social media platforms. The study shall address the following: the role disinformation and misinformation has played in the public response to COVID-19, the sources of COVID-19 related disinformation, both foreign and domestic, and the mechanisms by which the disinformation influences the public debate. 3, the role social media plays in dissemination of it, promotion of COVID-19 disinformation and misinformation content, and the role social media platforms play in the organization of groups seeking to spread COVID-19 disinformation. 4, the potential financial returns for creators or distributors of COVID-19 disinformation, and the role such financial incentives play in the propagation of COVID-19 disinformation. 5, potential strategies to mitigate this dissemination and negative impacts of COVID-19 disinformation, including specifically the dissemination of disinformation on social media through improved disclosures. And 6, an analysis of the limitations of these mitigation strategies and analysis of how these strategies can be implemented without infringing on Americans' constitutional rights and civil liberties. B, report. In entering into an arrangement under this section, the director shall request that the National Academy transmit to Congress a report on the results of the study no later than 12 months after the date of the enactment of this act. Page 31. C, authorization. There is authorized to be appropriated for the purposes of conducting this study, section $1 million. Not a lot. Related agencies, Legal Services Corporation. Payment to the Legal Services Corporation for an additional amount for payment to the Legal Services Corporation, $100 million for the same purposes and subject to the same conditions as the appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Section 2 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget Emergency Control Act of 1985. I paused because my dog is on her back with her feet out right now, full spread. Page 32, Title 3, Department of Defense, Operation and Maintenance, Army. For an additional amount for Operation and Maintenance, Army, $100 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Operation and Maintenance, Navy. For an additional amount for Operation and Maintenance, Navy, $100 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Operation and Maintenance, Marine Corps. For an additional amount for Operation and Maintenance, Marine Corps, $10 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act. Operation and Maintenance, Air Force. For an additional amount for Operation and Maintenance, Air Force, $100 million to prepare for and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Operation and Maintenance, Defense-wide. For an additional amount of Operation and Maintenance, Defense-wide, $10 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Other Department of Defense programs, Department Defense Health Program. For an additional amount for Defense Health Program, $705 million, of which $175,000 shall be for Operation and Maintenance, and $175 million shall be for Operation. $530 million shall be for research, development, test, and evaluation to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that prior to the obligation of such funds, the Assistant Secretary of Defense Health Affairs shall submit to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a spend plan on the use of funds made available under this heading in the Act, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General provisions, this title, Section 301, for any additional amount for Operation and Maintenance, Army, $400 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that such amount shall be used for necessary expenses, including salaries, cleaning, utilities, and personal protective equipment for recreational entities, childcare development centers, and other entities affected by the coronavirus that derive funding from non-appropriated accounts, provided that prior to the obligation of such funds, the Secretary of the Army shall submit to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a spend plan on the use of funds made available by this section, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 302, for additional amount for operation and maintenance, Navy, $400 million to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such an amount shall be used for necessary expenses, including salaries, cleaning, utilities, and personal protective equipment for recreational entities, child care development centers, and other entities affected by the coronavirus that derive funding from non-appropriated accounts, provided that prior to this obligation of such funds, the Secretary of the Navy shall submit to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a spend plan on the use of the funds made available by this section, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 303. For an additional amount for operation and maintenance, Air Force, $500 million to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that such amount shall be used for necessary expenses, including salaries, cleaning, utilities, and the personal protective equipment for recreational entities, child care development centers, and other entities affected by the coronavirus that derive funding for non-appropriated accounts, provided that prior to the obligation of such funds, the Secretary of the Air Force shall submit to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate on spend plan on the use of funds made available by the section, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Section 304, for an additional amount, the Operation and Maintenance Marine Corps, $100 million to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or international, provided that such amount shall be used for necessary expenses, including salaries, cleaning, utilities, and personal protective equipment for recreational activities, child care development centers, and other entities affected by the coronavirus that derive funding from non-appropriated accounts, provided that prior to the obligation of such funds, the Secretary of the Navy shall submit to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a spend plan on the use of funds made available by this section, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 37, Title 4, Energy and Water, Department of the Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, Water and Related Services. For an additional amount for water and related resources, $7 million to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and nationally, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Department of Energy, Energy Programs, Science. For an additional amount for science, $143 million for necessary expenses to offset the cost of impacts due to the coronavirus pandemic or public health measures related to the coronavirus pandemic for the following projects. Number 1, core facility revitalization. Number 2, large synoptic survey telescope camera. Number 3, LINAC coherent light source 2. Number 4, muon to electron conversion experiment. And number 5, super cryogenic dark matter search, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Departmental Administration. For an additional amount of the Departmental Administration, $1.3 million to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, including for necessary expenses related to personal protective equipment, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. General provisions. This title, Section 401. Funds appropriated in this title may be made available to restore amounts either directly or through reimbursement for obligations incurred for the same purposes to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus prior to the date of enactment of this act. Section 402, requirements relating to non-federal cost-share grants and cooperative agreements for the Delta Regional Authority under Section 382D of the Agricultural Act of 1961 and Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act 7 U.S.C. 209AA-3 are waived for grants awarded in fiscal year 2020 and in subsequent years in response to economic distress directly related to the impacts of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19. B, requirements related to non-federal cost-share grants and cooperation agreements for the Northern Border Region Commission under Section 15501D of Title 40 U.S. Code are waived for grants awarded in fiscal year 2020 in subsequent years and in response to economic distress directly related to the impacts of coronavirus COVID-19. C. Requirements related to non-federal cost-share grants and cooperative agreements for the Denali Commission are waived for grants awarded in fiscal year 2020 and in subsequent years in response to economic distress directly related to the impacts of coronavirus disease, COVID-19. D. Amounts repurposed pursuant to this section that were previously designated by Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995 are designated by the Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Title V, Financial Services and General Government, Department of the Treasury, Department Office of Inspector General, Salaries and Expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $35 million to remain available until expended to conduct monitoring and oversight of the receipt, disbursement, and use of funds made available under the Coronavirus State Fiscal Relief Fund and the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Relief Fund, collectively fiscal relief funds. Provided that if the Inspector General of the Department of Treasury determines that entity receiving a payment from amounts provided by the fiscal relief funds has failed to comply with provisions governing the use of such funding, the Inspector General shall transmit any relevant information related to such determination to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate not later than 5 days after such determination is made, provided further that such amount is designated my dog is here by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, Salaries and Expenses. For an additional amount of salaries and expenses, $2.5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Homeowner Assistance Fund. For activities and assistance authorized in this Section 202 Division O of this Act, $21 billion to remain available until expended. Homeowner Assistance Fund, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Coronavirus State and Fiscal Relief Fund, for making payments to states, territories, and tribal governments to mitigate the fiscal effects stemming from the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, $257 billion, $257 billion, to remain available until expended, which shall be in addition to any other amounts available for making payments to states, territories, and tribal governments for any purpose, including payments made under Section 601 of the Social Security Act, of which, number one, $9.5 billion shall be for making payments to the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. Provided that of the amount made available in this paragraph, half shall be allocated equally among each entity specified in this paragraph, and half shall be allocated as an additional amount to each such entity in an amount which bears the same proportion to half of the total amount provided under this paragraph as the relative population of such entity bears to the total population of all such entities. 2. $9.5 billion shall be for making payments to tribal governments, of which A, $1 billion shall be allocated equally between each tribal government, and B, $8.5 billion shall be allocated as an additional amount to each tribal government in an amount determined by the Secretary of the Treasury in consultation with the Secretary of the Interior and tribal governments. That is based on increased aggregate expenditures of each tribal government or a tribally owned entity such as a tribal government in fiscal year 2020 relative to aggregate expenditures in fiscal year 2019 by the tribal government or tribally owned entity, and determined in such a manner as the Secretary determines appropriate to ensure that all amounts available pursuant to this subparagraph are distributed to tribal governments, provided that no later than 24 hours before any payments for tribal governments are distributed by the Secretary of Treasury. Pursuant to this paragraph, the Secretary of the Treasury shall publish on the website of the Department of Treasury a detailed description of the funding allocation formulas used pursuant to this paragraph and a detailed description of the procedure and methodology used to determine such funding allocation formula, provided further that not later than 7 days after any payments to tribal governments are so distributed, the Secretary shall publish on the website of the Department of the Treasury the date and amount of the funds disbursements broken down by individual tribal government recipient. And 3, $238 billion shall be for making payments to each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, of which A, an amount equal to $1.25 billion less the amount allocated for the District of Columbia pursuant to Section 601C6 of the Social Security Act shall only be for payment to the District of Columbia in addition to any other funding available for such purpose, including payments under subparagraph B of this paragraph, provided the Secretary of the Treasury shall pay all amounts provided by this section directly to the District of Columbia not less than 5 days after the enactment of this act. And B, the remainder shall be allocated between such entity in an amount which bears the same portion of the total amount provided under this paragraph as the average estimated number of seasonal adjusted unemployed individuals as measured by the Bureau of Labor Statistics Local Area Unemployment Statistics Program. In each such entity in August 2020 bears to the average estimated number of seasonally adjusted unemployed individuals in all such entities, provided that the Secretary of the Treasury shall adjust on a pro-rata basis the amount allocated to each such entity pursuant to the matter preceding this proviso in the paragraph to the extent necessary to ensure minimum payment of $500 million to each such entity, provided that any entity receiving a payment from funds made available under this heading in this act shall only use such amounts to respond to mitigate, cover costs, or replace foregone revenues not projected on January 31, 2020 stemming from the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts with respect to the coronavirus disease COVID-19. Provided further that if the Inspector General of the Department of Treasury determines that an entity receiving a payment from amounts provided under this heading has failed to comply with the preceding proviso, the amount equal to the amount of funds used in violation of such proviso shall be booked as a debt of such entity owed to the federal government, and any amounts recovered shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury as discretionary offsetting receipts. Provided further that for purposes of the preceding proviso under the heading of this act, the population of each entity described in any such proviso shall be determined based on the most recent year for which data are available from the Bureau of Census, or in this case of an Indian tribe, shall be determined on data certified by a tribal government. Provided further that entity receiving a payment from amounts provided under the heading may transfer funds to a private nonprofit organization as the term is defined in paragraph 17 of Section 401 of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, 42 U.S.C. 11360, or to a special purpose unit of local government or a multi-state entity involved in the transportation of passengers or cargo. Provided further that as used under this heading in this act, the term tribal government has the same meaning as specified in 601G of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 601G, as added by Section 5001 of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, and amended by Section 201 of Division U of this act. And the term state means one of the 50 states. Provided further that the Secretary of Treasury shall make all statements prescribed in this heading of the act not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act. Provided further that such amendment is designated by Congress as being for the emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 47 minutes in. Coronavirus Local Fiscal Relief Fund for making payments to metropolitan cities, counties, and other units of general local government to mitigate the fiscal effects stemming from public health emergency with respect to coronavirus disease. $179 billion to remain available until expended, which shall be in addition to any other amounts available for making payments to metropolitan cities, counties, and other units of general local government, including payments made under Section 601 of the Social Security Act, of which $89.5 billion shall be for making payments to metropolitan cities and other units of general local government, as these terms are defined in Section 102 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. $62.65 billion shall be allocated pursuant to the formula under Section 106B1 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, 42 U.S.C. 5306B1, to metropolitan cities as defined in Section 102A4 of such act, 42 U.S.C. 5302A4, including metropolitan cities that have relinquished or deferred their status as a metropolitan city of the date of enactment of this act. B, $26.85 billion shall be distributed to each state, and that as that term is defined in Section 102 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, for use by units of general local government other than counties or parishes in non-entitlement areas as defined in Section 102 of such states in an amount which bears the same proportion to the amount provided under this subparagraph of the total population of the state. The state bears to the total population of all such units of the general local government in all such states, provided that a state shall pass through the amounts received under this paragraph within 30 days of receipt to each unit of general government in an amount that bears the same portion to the amount distributed to each state as the population of such unit of general government, local government bears to the total population of all such units of general local government within each state. Provided further that if a state has not elected to distribute amounts allocated under this paragraph, the Secretary of State or the Treasury shall pay the applicable amounts under the subparagraph to such units of general local government in the state not later than 30 days after the date on which the state would otherwise have received the amounts from the Secretary. And 2, $89.5 billion shall be paid directly to counties within the 50 states, the D.C., Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa, in an amount which bears the same proportion to the amount provided under this paragraph as the relative population of each county bears to the total population of such entities, provided that no county that is an urban county, as defined in Section 102 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, shall receive less than the amount the county would otherwise receive if the amount distributed under this paragraph were allocated to metropolitan cities and urban counties under Section 106B of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, provided further that in this case of an amount to be paid to a county that is not a unit of general government, the amount shall be instead be paid to the state in which such county is located, and such state shall distribute such amount to units of general local government within such county in an amount that bears the same proportion as the population of such units of general local government bear to the total population of such county, provided further that for purposes of this paragraph, the District of Columbia shall be considered to consist of a single county that is a unit of general local government, provided further that any entity receiving a payment from funds made under this heading in this act shall only use amounts to respond to, mitigate, cover costs, or replace foregone revenues not projected on January 31st, 2020, stemming from the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts with respect to coronavirus disease, COVID-19, provided further that if the Inspector General of the Department of the Treasury determines that an entity receiving a payment from amounts provided under this heading has failed to comply with the preceding proviso, the amount equal to the amount of funds used in violation of such proviso shall be booked as a debt of such entity owed to the federal government, and any amounts recovered shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury as discretionary offsetting receipts, provided further that for purposes of this preceding provisos under the heading of this act, the population of each entity described in any such proviso shall be determined based on the most recent year for which dates are available from the Bureau of the Census, or in the case of an Indian tribe, shall be determined based on data certified by the tribal government, provided further that an entity receiving a payment from amounts provided under this heading may transfer funds to a private nonprofit organization, as the term is defined in paragraph 17 of Section 401 of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, 42 U.S.C., or to a special purpose unit of local government or multi-state entity involved in the transportation of passengers or cargo, provided for that nothing in paragraph 1 or 2 shall be construed as prohibiting a unit of general local government that has formed a consolidated government or that is geographically contained in full or in part within the boundaries of another unit of general local government from receiving distribution under each subparagraphs A and B, under paragraph 1, under paragraph 2, as applicable based on the respective formulas specified contained therein, provided further that the amounts otherwise determined for distribution to units of local government under each subparagraphs A and B under paragraph 1 and under paragraph 2 shall each be adjusted by the Secretary of the Treasury on a pro rata basis to the extent necessary to comply with the amount appropriated and the requirements specified in each paragraph and subparagraph as applicable, provided further that as used under this heading in this act, the term county means county, parish, or other equivalent county division, as defined by the Bureau of the Census, provided further that for purposes of the preceding provisos under the heading in this act, the population of an entity shall be determined based on the most recent year for which data are available from the Bureau of the Census, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. COVID-19 Multi-State Agency Fiscal Relief Fund. For making payments to multi-state entities that are involved in the transportation of passengers or cargo and suffering revenue losses due to the COVID-19 pandemic, $100 million to remain available until expended, which shall be in addition to any other amounts available for making payments to states, metropolitan cities, counties, and other units of state and local general local government, including payments made under Section 601 of the Social Security Act, and which shall be paid directly to multi-state entities, as that term is used in 15 U.S.C. 904110D for use by multi-state entities, provided that the funds provided under this paragraph shall be allocated to a multi-state entity that is eligible, issuer and multi-state entity under the terms set forth by the Federal Reserve on January 3rd, 2020 for the municipal liquidity facility established by the Board of Governors or the Federal Reserve System, provided further that such amounts shall be allocated by the Secretary of the Treasury proportionally to each multi-state entity covered under this paragraph based on an amount equal to the product obtained by multiplying the total amount appropriated to the Secretary under the paragraph and the quotient obtained by dividing. Page 54. Number 1, the total gross operating revenue of the multi-state entity receiving funds for fiscal year 2018. 2, the total gross operating revenue for fiscal year 2018 of the multi-state entity that are eligible to receive funds under this paragraph, provided further that neither a state nor local government may serve as a pass-through for any amounts received by a multi-state entity, provided further that such sums shall be distributed directly by the Secretary to each multi-state entity not later than December 31st, 2020, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Community Development Financial Institutions Fund Program Account. For an additional amount for the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund Program Account, $1 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, CDFI, shall provide grants using a formula that takes into account criteria such as certification status, financial and compliance performance, portfolio and balance sheet strength, and program capacity. Provided further that not less than $25 million shall be for financial assistance, technical assistance, and training and outreach programs designated to benefit Native Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Alaska Native communities. Provided further that the CDFI funds shall make funds provided on this heading in this Act available to grantees not later than 60 days after the date of this enactment of this Act. Provided further that funds made available under this heading may be used for administrative purposes, including administration of CDFI fund programs and the New Markets Tax Credit Program. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Administrative Provision, Internal Revenue Service, including transfer of funds. Section 501, for an additional amount for fiscal year 2021, additional to the amount otherwise available to the IRS, for purposes specified in this section, $359 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the costs associated with the extended filing season, provided that such funds may be transferred by the Commissioner to the Taxpayer Services, Enforcement, or Operation Support accounts of the IRS for an additional amount to be used solely to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestic and international, provided further that the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate shall be notified in advance of any such transfer, provided further that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law, provided further that not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this Act, the Commissioner shall submit to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a spending plan and subsequent quarterly reports detailing the actual and expected expenditures of funds. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 57, the Judiciary, Court of Appeals, District Courts, and other judicial services, salary and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $25 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Independent agencies, Election Assistance Commission, Election Resilience Grants, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for payments by the Election Assistance Commission to states for contingency planning, preparation, and the resilience of elections for federal office. $3.6 billion, provided that an amount provided under this heading up to $5 million may be transferred to and merged with Election Assistance Commission salaries and expenses. Provided further that such transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law. Provide further that under this heading, the term state means each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Provided further that the amount of the payments made to a state under this heading shall be consistent with Sections 101D and 103 of the Help America Vote Act of 2002. Provided further that not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this Act, the Election Assistance Commission shall obligate the funds to states under this heading in this Act. Provided further that not less than 50% of the amount of the payment made to this state to a state under the heading in this Act shall be allocated in cash or in kind to the units of local governments which are responsible for the administration of elections for federal office in the state. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Administrative Provision, Election Assistance Commission, Section 502A, the last proviso under the heading Election Assistance Commission, election security grants in the fiscal, financial services, and general government. Appropriations Act 2020, Division C of Public Law 11693, 133, Stat 2461, shall not apply with respect to any payment made to the state using funds appropriated or otherwise made available by the Election Assistance Commission under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 160, 136. B, the first proviso under the heading Election Assistance Commission, Election Security Grants in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 160, 136, and amended by striking within 20 days of each election of the 2020 federal election cycle in that state and inserting not later than October 31st, 2021. C, the fourth proviso under heading Election Assistance Commission, Election Security Grants in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, is amended by striking December 31st, 2020 and inserting September 30th, 2021. D, a state may elect to reallocate funds under the heading Election Assistance Commission, Election Security Grants, the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, or under this heading in this act as funds allocated under the heading Election Assistance Commission, Election Security Grants in the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act, 2020, Division C of Public Law 11693, 133, Stat 2461, that were spent to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally for the 2020 federal election cycle, or funds allocated under the heading Election Assistance Commission, Election Reform Program in the Financial Services and Government Appropriations Act, 2018, Division E of Public Law 141, that were spent to prepare for and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally for the 2020 federal election. Come on up. This section shall take effect as if included to the enactment of the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, Public Law 16136. F, the amount repurposed pursuant to the section that were previously designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985 and are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Federal Communications Commission salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $24 million for implementing Title 8 of the Communications Act 1934 as added by the Broadband DATA Act, Public Law 116-130, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 95, page 61 minutes in. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $200 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestic and international, including the support efforts of healthcare providers to address coronavirus by providing telecommunication services, information services, and devices necessary to enable the provision of telehealth services for emergency period as defined in Section 1135G1 of the Social Security Act, provided that the Federal Communication Commission may rely on the rules of the Commission under Part 54 of Title 47 Code of Regulations in administering the amount provided under the heading in this act, if the Commission determines that such administration is in the public interest. Provided further that up to $4 million shall be used by the Office of Inspector General to audit and conduct investigations of funds made available in this act or in the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act to the Federal Communications Commission for the provision of telehealth services during an emergency period, and the Office of the Inspector General shall report to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, the Committee on Energy, Committee on House of Representatives, and the Committee of Commerce, Science, Transportation of the Senate each month until all emergency telehealth funding has been obligated on the status of approved applications, pending applications, and rejected applications for such funding, and on recommendations to improve the transparency and fairness of distribution of such funding, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Emergency Connectivity Fund. For an additional amount for the Emergency Connectivity Fund, $12 billion to remain available until September 30, 2022 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally through the provision of funding for Wi-Fi hotspots, other equipment, connected devices, and advanced telecommunications and information services to schools, libraries, as authorized in Section 201 of Division M of this Act, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Emergency Broadband Connectivity Fund. For an additional amount for the Emergency Broadband Connectivity Fund, $3 billion to prepare for, prevent, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally through the provision of emergency benefit or broadband services authorized in Section 301 of Division M of this Act, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General Services Administration, Technology Modernization Fund. For an additional amount for the Technology Modernization Fund, $1 billion to remain available until September 30, 2022 for technology-related modernization activities to prepare for and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 221B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 64. National Archives and Records Administration Records Center Revolving Fund. For an additional amount for the Records Center Revolving Fund and for the Federal Records Center Program, $92 million to prepare for and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, which shall be for offsetting the loss resulting from the coronavirus pandemic of the user charges collected by such fund pursuant to the subsection under the heading Records Center Revolving Fund in Public Law 10658 as amended provided that the amount provided in this heading in this act may be used to reimburse the fund for obligations incurred for this purpose prior to the date of the enactment act, provided further that such amounts is provided without regard to the limitation in subsection subsection D under the heading Records Center Revolving Fund in Public Law 10658 as amended, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Personnel Management, Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $1 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Small Business Administration, Emergency EIDL grants. Here we go. For an additional amount for emergency EIDL grants for the cost of emergency EIDL grants authorized by Section 1110 of Division A of the CARES Act, $50 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that the amount provided on this heading in this act, $40 billion, shall be for carrying out subsection I of such Section 110, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Administrative provision, Small Business Administration, Section 503 for fiscal year 2021, commitments for general business loans authorized under paragraphs 1 through 35 of Section 7A of the Small Business Act shall not exceed $75 billion for a combination of amortizing term loans and the aggregated maximum line of credit provided by revolving loans. U.S. Postal Service, payment to Postal Service Fund. For an additional payment to the Postal Service Fund for revenue forgone due to coronavirus, $15 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2022, provided that the Postal Service during the coronavirus emergency shall prioritize the purchase and make available to all Postal Service employees and facilities personal protective equipment, including gloves, masks, and sanitizers, and shall conduct additional cleaning and sanitizing of Postal Service facilities and delivery vehicles, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 67, Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $15 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General provisions of this title, Section 504. A. Oversight or covered funds. The matter preceding the first proviso under the heading Independent Agencies Pandemic Response Accountability Committee in Title 5 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, is amended by striking funds provided in this act to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally, and inserting covered funds as that term is defined in Section 15010 of this Act. B. Definition of covered funds, Section 15010, A6 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. The CARES Act is amended, 1. In subparagraph A, by striking this Act and inserting the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Divisions A and B, Public Law 116-136, and 2. By striking subparagraph D and inserting D, the Paycheck Protection Program and Healthcare Enhancement Act, Public Law 116-139, E, all divisions of this Act, or F, the HEROES Act, and C, appointment of chairperson, Section 15010 of Division B of the Coronavirus Economic Security Act, Public Law 116-136, is amended. 1. In paragraph 1 by striking and D and inserting D and E, and 2. In paragraph 2E by inserting of the council after chairperson. Retroactive reporting on large covered funds. 1. Definitions. In this subsection, the terms agency and large covered funds have the meanings given to those terms in Section 15011 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 116-136. Guidance, page 69. 69 minutes in. In general, not later than 14 days after the date of enactment of this Act, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget shall issue guidance for agencies to ensure collection and timely reporting for the obligation and expenditure of large covered funds under Division A of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, on and after the date of enactment of this Act. B. Requirement. The guidance issued under subparagraph A shall require that not later than 120 days after the date of enactment of this Act, agencies shall make all reports required under Section 15011 of Division B of the CARES Act relating to large covered funds of the Division A of such act that have been expended or obligated during the period beginning on the date of enactment of the CARES Act and ending up on the date of enactment of this act. C. Rules of construction. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to affect the deadlines for reporting under Section 15011 of Division B of the CARES Act relating to large covered funds that have been expended or obligated under Division A or B of such act on or after the date of enactment of this act. C. Designation. Amounts repurposed under this section that were previously designated by the Congress respectively as emergency requirement or as being for disaster relief pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act are designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, or as being for disaster relief pursuant to Section 251B 2D of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 505, Title V of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 16136, is amended by striking the fifth proviso under the heading General Services Administration, Real Property Activities Federal Buildings Fund, provided that the amounts repurposed pursuant to this section that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Title VI, page 71, Homeland Security, Office of Inspector General, Operations and Support. For an additional amount of operations and support, $3 million for oversight of activities supported by funds provided in the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Disaster Relief Fund, in Title VI of Division B of Public Law 16136, in addition to amounts otherwise available for such purposes, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985, FEMA, Federal Assistance, for an additional amount of the federal assistance $1.3 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which $500 million, that 1.3, shall be for assistance to firefighter grants for the purchase of personal protective equipment and related supplies, mental health evaluations, training, temporary infectious disease, decontamination, or sanitizing facilities of equipment, of which $500 million shall be for staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants, of which $100 million shall be for emergency management performance grants, of which $200 million shall be for the emergency food and shelter program, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General provisions. This title, Section 601, notwithstanding any other provision of this law, funds made available in this act for federal emergency management agency federal assistance in this act shall only be used for the purposes of it specifically described under that heading. Section 602, subsection C2 and K of Section 33 of the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act 1974 shall not apply to amounts appropriated for federal emergency management agency federal assistance to firefighter grants in this act. B. Subsection K of Section 33 of the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act 1974 shall not apply to amounts provided for Federal Emergency Management Act agency federal assistance for assistance to firefighter grants in Title III Division D of Public Law 11693 and in Title VI of Division B of Public Law 116-136. C. Amounts repurposed under this section that were previously designated by Congress as an emergency requirement or as being for disaster relief pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act are designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985, or as being for disaster relief pursuant to Section 251B 2D of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 603, subsections A1A, A1B, A1E, C1, C2, and C4 of Section 34 of the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act of 1974, 15 U.S.C. 2229A, shall not apply to amounts appropriated for FEMA federal assistance for staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants in this act and in Division D, Title III of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020. Page 74, Title VII, Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies, Department of the Interior, United States Fish and Wildlife Service, Resource Management. For an additional amount for research management, $45 million, of which $15 million shall be for wildlife inspections, interdictions, and investigations for domestic and international efforts to address wildlife trafficking, of which 30 million shall be for the care of captive species listed under the Endangered Species Act, rescued and confiscated wildlife, and other federally owned animals in facilities experiencing lost revenues due to the coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Park Service, here we go. National Recreation and Preservation. For an additional amount for National Recreation and Preservation, $20 million for grants as authorized by the 9/11 Memorial Act to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Bureau of Indian Affairs, operation of Indian programs. For an additional amount for operation of Indian programs, $900 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which 1, $100 million shall be for housing improvements. 2, $780 million shall be for providing tribal government services for tribal government employee salaries to maintain operations and cleaning and sanitation of tribally owned and operated facilities. And 3, $20 million shall be used to provide and deliver potable water, provided that none of the funds appropriated herein shall be obligated until 3 days after the Bureau of Indian Affairs provides a detailed spend plan, which includes distribution and use of funds by tribe to the committees on appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Provided further that such amounts shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes. Provided further that the Bureau shall notify the committees on appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate quarterly on the obligations and expenditures of the funds provided by this act. Provided further that assistance, page 76, that assistance received herein shall not be included in the calculation of funds received by those tribal governments who participate in the small and needy program. Provided further that such amounts, if transferred to Indian tribes and tribal governments under the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, number 1, will be transferred on a one-time basis. 2, are non-recurring funds that are not part of the amount required by 25 USC 5325, and 3, may only be used for the purposes of identifying under this heading in this act, notwithstanding any other provision of the law. Provided further that Section 1308 of this act shall not apply to tribal contracts entered into by the BIA with this appropriation. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Departmental offices, insular affairs, assistance to territories. For an additional amount for assistance to territories, $1 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare, and respond to and recover from coronavirus, of which number 1, $993 million is for capital improvement project grants for hospitals and other critical infrastructure. Number 2, $7 million is for territorial assistance, including general technical assistance, provided that any appropriation for disaster assistance under this heading is for the Act or previous appropriation acts may be used as non-federal matching funds for the purpose of hazard mitigation grants provided pursuant to Section 404 of the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, 42 U.S.C. 517C. Provided further that amounts repurposed pursuant to this section that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses. Ida, come here. Bring it here. Bring your toy. Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $5 million to remain available until expended. Get your toy. Provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 78 minutes in. Environmental Protection Agency, Environmental Programs and Management. For an additional amount for EPA programs and management, $50 million for environmental justice grants as described in Section 302, Division U of this Act, provided that such amounts shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes. Provided further that such amounts designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 212BAI of the balanced budget and emergency deficit control act 1985. Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Services. It's had issues. For an additional amount for Indian Health Services, $1.734 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prevent, and respond to and provide health services related to coronavirus, of which, number one, $1 billion shall be used to supplement reduced third-party revenue collections. Number two, $500 million shall be used for direct health and telehealth services, including to purchase supplies and PPE. Number three, $140 million shall be used to expand broadband infrastructure and information technology for telehealth and electronic health record system purposes. Number four, $20 million shall be used to address the needs of domestic violence victims and homeless individuals and families. Number five, not less than $64 million shall be for urban Indian organizations. And number six, not less than $10 million shall be used to provide and deliver potable water. Provided that such funds shall be allocated at the discretion of the Director of the Indian Health Service and shall be in addition to any other amounts available for such purposes, provided further that such amounts, if transferred to tribes and tribal governments under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, will be transferred on a one-time basis, and these non-recurring funds are not part of the amount required by Section 106 of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, and that such amounts may only be used for the purposes identified in this heading, notwithstanding any other provision of law, provided further that none of the funds appropriated under this heading in this act for telehealth broadband activities shall be available for obligation until 3 days after the Indian Health Services provides to the committees on appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate a detailed spend plan that includes the cost, location, and expected completion date of each activity, provided further that the Indian Health Service shall notify committees of the appropriations of the House of Representatives and Senate quarterly on the obligations and expenditures of the funds provided in this act, provided further that Section 1308 of this act shall not apply to tribal contracts entered into by the Bureau of Indian Affairs with this appropriation, provided further that such an amount designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Indian Health Facilities. For an additional amount for Indian Health Facilities, $600 million to prevent, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, page 81 minutes in. To modify existing health facilities, to provide isolation and quarantine space, to purchase and install upload equipment necessary, and for maintenance and improvement projects necessary to purposes specified in this act, provided that such amounts may be used to supplement amounts otherwise available for such purposes under Indian health facilities. Provided further that such amounts shall be in addition to any further amounts, other amounts available for such purposes. Provided further that such amounts, if transferred to tribes and tribal organizations under the Indian Self-Determination and Education System Act, will be transferred on a one-time basis, and that these non-recurring funds are not part of an amount required by Section 106 of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 U.S.C. 5325, and that such amounts may only be used for the purposes identified under this heading, notwithstanding any other provision of law, provided further that the Indian Health Service shall notify the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate quarterly on the obligations and expenditures of the funds provided in this act, provided further that Section 1308 of this act shall not apply to tribal contracts entered into by the BIA with the appropriation, provided further that such an amount designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Foundation of the Arts and Humanities, National Endowment of the Arts, Grants and Administration. For additional amount for grants and administration, $135 million for grants to respond to the impacts of coronavirus, provided that such funds are available under the same terms and conditions as grant funding appropriated to this heading in Public Law 116/94, provided further that 40% of the funds made available under this heading in this act shall be distributed to state art agencies and regional arts organizations, and 60% of such funds shall be for direct grants, provided further that notwithstanding any other provision of the law, such funds may also be used for recipients such grants for purposes of general operations of such provisions, provided further that the matching requirements under subsections E, G, 4A, and P3 of Sections 5 of the National Foundation of the Arts and Humanities of 965, 20 U.S.C. 954 may be waived with respect to such grants, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Endowment for the Humanities, Grants and Administration, page 83. For an additional amount for grants and administration, $135 million for grants to respond to the impacts of coronavirus, provided that such funds are available under the same terms and conditions as grant funding appropriated to this heading in Public Law 11694, provided further that 40% of the funds made available under this heading on this act shall be distributed to State Humanity Council, and 60% of such funds shall be for direct grants. Provided further that notwithstanding any other provisions of law, such funds may also be used by the recipients of such grants for purposes of the general operations of such provisions. Provided further that the matching requirements under subsection H2A of Section 7 of the National Foundation of the Arts and Humanities Act of 1965 may be waived with respect to such grants. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251BA I of the Balanced Budget Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, page 84, Title 8. Department of Labor, Health and Human Services and Education and related agencies. Department of Labor, Employment and Training Administration, Training and Employment Services included transfer of funds for an additional amount of training and employment services, $2.14 billion to prevent, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, of which $15 million shall be transferred to Program Administration to carry out activities in this Act, Public Law 116-127 and Public Law 116-136 for full-time equivalent employees, information technology upgrades needed to expedite payments and support implementation, including to expedite policy guidance and disbursement of funds, technical assistance, and other assistance to states, territories to spend payment of federal and state unemployment benefits, and of which the remaining amounts shall be used to carry out activities under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, referred to in this Act as WIOA, as follows. Number one, $485 million for grants to the states for adult employment and training activities, including incumbent worker training, transitional jobs, on-the-job training, individualized career services, supportive services, needs related to payments, and to facilitate remote access to training services provided through a one-stop delivery system through the use of technology, provided that an adult shall not be required to meet the requirements of Section 134C3B of the WIOA, provided further that an adult who meets the requirements described in Section 2102A3A of Public Law 116-136 may be eligible for participation. Provided further that priority may be given to individuals who are adversely impacted by economic changes due to the coronavirus, including individuals seeking employment, dislocated workers, individuals with barriers to employment, individuals who are unemployed, or individuals who are underemployed. Section 2, $518 million for grants to the states for youth activities, including supportive services, summer employment for youth, and to facilitate remote access to training services provided through a one-stop delivery system through the use of technology. Provided that individuals described in Section 2102A3A of Public Law 116-136 may be eligible for participation as an out-of-school youth if they meet the requirements of Clauses 1 and 2 of Section 129A1B, or as in-school youth if they meet the requirements of Clauses 1 and 3 of Section 129A1C of the WIOA, provided further that priority shall be given for out-of-school youth and youth with multiple barriers to employment. Provided further that funds shall support employer partnerships for youth employment and subsidized employment, and partnerships with community-based organizations to support such employment. 3, $597 million for grants to states for dislocated worker employment and training activities, including incumbent worker trainings, transitional jobs, on-the-job training, individualized career services, supportive services, needs-related payments, and to facilitate remote access to training services provided through a one-stop delivery system through the use of technology. Vague. Provided that a dislocated worker shall not be required to meet the requirements of Section 134C3B of the WIOA, provided further that a dislocated worker who meets the requirements described in Section 2102A3A of Public Law 116-136 may be eligible for participation. 4, $500 million for the Dislocated Workers Assistance National Reserve, and 5, page 87, $25 million for migrant and seasonal farm worker programs under Section 1867 of the WIOA, including emergency supportive services with no less than $500,000, shall be for the collection and dissemination of electronic and printed materials related to coronavirus and migrants and seasonal farm worker population nationwide, including Puerto Rico, through a cooperative agreement, of which $1 million shall be for migrant and seasonal farm working housing, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. State employment insurance and employment service operations. For an additional amount of state unemployment insurance and employment service operations, $538,500,000 to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, which may be expended from the Employment Security Administration account in the Unemployment Trust Fund, quote, the trust fund, of which $38.5 million from the trust fund is for national activities to support the administration of the federal state unemployment insurance system, and 2, $500 million from the trust fund is for grants to states in accordance with Section 6 of the Wagner-Pizer Act, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Wage and hour division, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for wage and hour division, $6.5 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the administration, oversight, and coordination of worker protection activities related thereto, provided that the Secretary of Labor shall use funds provided under this heading to support enforcement activities and outreach efforts to make individuals, particularly low-wage workers, aware of their rights under Division C and Division E of Public Law 16107, and this act provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 51B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 89 minutes in. Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA. Salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for OSHA, $100 million for implementation of Section 202 of Division B of this Act, and for worker protection and enforcement activities to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which $25 million shall be for Susan Harwood training grants, and at least $70 million shall be to hire additional compliance, safety, and health officers, and for state plan enforcement to protect workers from coronavirus by enforcing all applicable standards and directives, including 29 CFR and CFR 1910-134, Section 5A1 of the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, and 29 CFR 1910-1030, provided that activities to protect workers from coronavirus supported by funds provided under this heading includes additional enforcement of standards and directives referenced in the preceding proviso at slaughterhouses, poultry processing plants, and agricultural workplaces. Provided further that within 15 days of the date of enactment of this Act, the Secretary of Labor shall submit a spending plan and hiring plan for the funds made available under this heading and a monthly staffing report until all funds are expended to the Committee on Appropriations in the House of Representatives and the Senate. Provided further that within 15 days of the enactment, page 90, the Secretary of Labor shall submit a plan for additional enforcement activities described in the third proviso to the Committee on Appropriations provided of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office Inspector General, $5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Good year. Administrative provisions, Department of Labor, Section 801A. There is hereby appropriated for an additional amount for fiscal year 2021 for Department of Labor Employment Training Administration, State Unemployment Insurance, and Employment Service Operations, $28.6 million to expend from the Employment Security Administration account in the Unemployment Trust Fund, the Trust Fund to carry out Title III of the Social Security Act, provided that such amount shall only become available for obligation if the average weekly insured unemployment AWIU for fiscal year 2021 is projected by the Department of Labor during fiscal year 2021 to exceed 1,728,000. Provided further that the extension of AWIU for fiscal year 2021 is projected by the Department of Labor to exceed 1,728,000. Additional $20,600,000 from the trust fund shall be made available for obligation of the fiscal year 2021 for every 100,000 increase in the AWIU level, including a pro rata amount for any increment less than 100,000. Provided further that except as specified in this section, amounts provided herein shall be available under the same authority and conditions applicable to funds provided to carry out Title III of the Social Security Act under the heading Department of Labor, Employment Training Administration, State Unemployment Insurance, and Employment Service Operations in Division A of Public Law 11694. Provided further that an amounts shall be in addition to any other funds made available in the fiscal year such purposes. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant based on 221B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 92, 93 minutes in. B1, Section 1018 of the Continuing Appropriations Act 2021 is amended by inserting except for first proviso following paragraph 6 under the heading Department of Labor, State Unemployment Insurance, and Employment Service Operations Act before the period. 2. Any obligations and expenditures made for projects or activities described in this section before the date of enactment of this act pursuant to the first proviso of the following paragraph 6 under the heading Department of Labor, State Unemployment Insurance, and Employment Service Operations as provided by Section 101 of the Continuing Appropriations Act shall be charged to the appropriation provided by this section, consistent with Section 107 of the Continuing Appropriations Act 2021. Section 802A. Any funds made available under this act to support or fund apprenticeship programs shall only be used for provided apprenticeship programs as defined in subsection B of the section, including any funds awarded for the purposes of grants, contracts, or cooperative agreements, and the development, information, or administration of apprenticeship program. 93. I'm going to plug in my computer here, get some water, let the dog out. I didn't bring over the charger. Stay tuned. Okay, almost 5% of the way done. Not quite. The term apprenticeship means an apprenticeship program registered on the Act of August 16, 1937, commonly known as National Apprenticeship Act. And that complies with the requirements of Subpart A of Part 29 Code of Federal Regulations and Part 30 of such title. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Service Administration, Primary Health Care. For an additional amount for primary health care, $7.6 billion for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for grants and cooperative agreements under the Health Centers Program as defined by Section 330 of the Public Health Services Act. And for grants to federally qualified health centers as defined in Section 1861 of the Social Security Act, and for eligible entities under the Native Hawaiian Health Care Improvement Act, including maintenance or expansion of health center and system capacity and staffing levels, provided that Section 330 R2B, 330 E6A3, and 330 E6B3 shall not apply to funds provided under this heading in this Act, provided further that funds provided under this heading Act may be used: 1. Purchase equipment and supplies to conduct mobile testing for SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. 2. Purchase and maintain mobile vehicles and equipment to conduct such testing. 3. Hire and train laboratory personnel and other staff to conduct such mobile testing. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 51B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Services Control Act of 1985. Health workforce. For an additional amount of health workforce, $1 billion to remain available until September 30, 2022 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which $800 million shall be for carrying out Title III of the Public Health Service Act with respect to the health workforce, and $200 million shall be for carrying out Section 846 of such act, provided that such an amount made available under this heading in this act for carrying out Title III of the Public Health Service Act with respect to the health workforce. $100 million shall be made available for purposes of providing public health services through a supplemental grant or grants to states currently pursuing a NHSC state loan repayment program, notwithstanding Section 3381B of the PHS Act, to make awards as authorized under Section 33IJ of the Public Health Service PHS Act, and notwithstanding the health professional shortage area requirements under 338I, the Secretary may develop rules needed to implement this proviso, provided further that for purposes of the previous proviso, notwithstanding Section 338I D2 of the PHS Act, not more than 10% of funds made available in such supplemental grants may be used by the state for administration of the state loan repayment program in that state, provided further that for the purposes of these funds, the term primary health services and primary health care services, as referenced in Section 338I of the PHS Act, includes public health services as defined by the Secretary. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Maternal and child health. For an additional amount for maternal and child health, $500 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for carrying out Title V of the Social Security Act with respect to maternal and child health, provided that notwithstanding Sections 502A1 and 502B1 of the Social Security Act, such funds shall be available awarded to states and territories to carry out special projects of regional and national significance pursuant to Section 501A2 of such act, provided further that such amounts is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Ryan White HIV/AIDS program. For additional amount for Ryan White HIV/AIDS program, $100 million to prevent, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, provided that awards from funds provided under this heading in this act shall be through modifications of existing contracts and supplements to existing grants and cooperative agreements under parts A, B, C, D, and F, or Section 2692A of Title XXV1 of the Public Health Service Act, provided further that such supplements shall be awarded using a data-driven methodology driven by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, provided further that Sections 2604C, 2612B, and 2651C of the Public Health Service Act shall not apply to funds provided under this heading in this act, that the Secretary may waive any penalties and administrative requirements as may attach to these funds or funds awarded under Title XXV1 with respect to Ryan White HIV/AIDS program is necessary to ensure that the funds may be used efficiently. Page 97, 100 minutes in. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC-wide activities and program support. For an additional amount for CDC-wide activities and program support, $13.7 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestic and international, provided that an amount provided in this heading in this act, $1 billion shall be for public health emergency preparedness. Cooperative agreements under Section 319C1 of the Public Health Service Act, provided further that the amount provided in this heading in this act, $1 billion shall be for necessary expenses for grants for core public health infrastructure for state, local, territorial, and tribal health departments as described in Section 520 of Division K of this act, provided further that of the amount made available under this heading in this act for special programs not less than $100 million shall be allocated to tribes, tribal governments, tribal organizations, urban Indian organizations, or health service providers to tribes. Provided further that of the amount made available under this heading in this act, not less than $1 billion shall be for global disease detection and emergency response. Provided further that the amount provided under this heading in this act, not less than $200 million shall be for public health data surveillance and analytics infrastructure modernization. Provided further that the amount made available under this heading, this act, $7 billion shall be for activities to plan, prepare for, and promote, distribute, administer, monitor, and track coronavirus vaccines as described in Section 703 in Division K of this act to ensure broad-based distributions, access to vaccine coverage. Provided further that the amount made available under this heading in this section, $1 billion shall be for necessary expenses for grants for evidence-based public awareness campaign on the importance of vaccinations as described in Section 704 of Division K of this Act. Provided further that the amount made available under this heading in this Act, $2 billion, shall be for necessary expenses for grants to state, local, tribal, or territorial health departments to purchase or procure PPE and other workplace safety measures for use in containment and mitigation of COVID-19 transmission among essential workers, as well as provide funding to employers of essential workers for containment and mitigation of COVID-19 transmission among essential workers in their workplaces as described in Section 61, Division K of this Act. Provided further that of this amount made available under this heading in this Act, up to $500 million shall be for activities to plan, prepare for, and promote, distribute, administer, monitor, and track seasonal influenza vaccines to ensure broad-based distribution access and vaccine coverage. Provided further that funds made available under this heading in this planning, preparedness, promotion, and distribution prior to the enactment of this Act. Provided further that the Director of the CDC shall report to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate within 60 days of enactment of this Act on an enhanced seasonal influenza vaccination strategy to include nationwide vaccination goals and specific actions that CDC will take to achieve such goals. Provided further that funds appropriated under the heading in this Act for grants made by use for this grant for the rent, lease, purchase, and acquisition, construction, alteration, renovation, non-favorably on facilities to improve preparedness and response capability at the state and local level. Provided further that all construction, alteration, and renovation will be carried out in whole or in part with funds appropriated under this heading in this Act or under the heading in the CARES Act shall be subject to requirements of Section 162(1)(b)(11) of the Public Health Service Act. Provided further, page 100, 103 minutes in, that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Okay. 5%, more or less? Maybe. National Institute of Health, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. For an additional amount of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, $500 million to remain available until September 30th, 2024 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Institute of Mental Health. For an additional amount for National Institute of Mental Health, $200 million to remain available until September 30th, 2024 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of the Director, including transfer of funds. For an additional amount for Office of the Director, $4 billion to $21 million to remain available until September 30, 2024 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, provided that not less than $3 billion of the amount provided in this heading in the Act shall be for offsetting the costs related to reductions in lab productivity resulting from coronavirus pandemic or public health measures related to the coronavirus pandemic, provided further that up to $1,021 million of the amount provided under this heading in this Act shall be to support additional scientific research or the programs and platforms that support research, provided further that funds made available under this heading in this Act may be transferred to the accounts of the institutes, and centers for the National Institutes of Health, NIH, Fauci's deal, provided further that this transfer authority is in addition to any other transfer authority available to the NIH, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Substance Abuse and Mental Health, page 102. Administration, Health Surveillance and Program Support. For additional amount for Health Surveillance and Program Support, $8.5 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the funds may be available under the heading of the Section. $3.5 billion shall be for grants for the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant Program under Subpart 2 of Part B of Title XIX of the Public Health Service Act, PHS Act, provided further that the funds made available under this heading in this Act, $4 billion shall be for grants for the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant Program under Subpart 1 of Part B of Title XIX of the PHS Act, provided further that the amount made available in this previous proviso, the Assistant Secretary is directed to provide no less than 50% of the funds directly to facilities defined in Section 1913C of the PHS Act, provided that of the amount made available under this heading in this Act, not less than $600 million is available for Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Expansion Grant Program, provided further that of the amount made available under the heading of this Act, not less than $15 million shall be available for suicide prevention programs, provided further that of the funds made available under this heading in this Act, $100 million shall be for activities and efforts under the Project Aware, provided further that the funds made available under this heading in this Act, $10 million shall be for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, provided further that of the amount made available under this heading in this Act, $240 million is available for activities authorized under Section 501(o) of the PHS Act, provided further that of this amount made available in this heading in this Act, for special program, not less than $150 million shall be allocated to tribes, tribal organizations, urban Indian health organizations, or health or behavioral service providers to tribes, provided further that with respect to this amount appropriate under this heading in this Act, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration may waive requirements with respect to allowable activities, timelines, and reporting requirements for the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant or the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant as deemed necessary to facilitate a grantee's response to coronavirus, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Deficit Act of 1985. 104, page 104, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Program Management. For an additional amount for program management, $500 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus or state strike teams to resident and employee safety in skilled nursing facilities, including activities to support clinical care, infection control, and staffing pursuant to Section 208 of Division K of this Act, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Deficit and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995. Administration for Children and Families, Low-Income Home Energy Assistance. For an additional amount for low-income home energy assistance, $4.5 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for making payments under subsection B of Section 2602 of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Act of 1981, 42 U.S.C. 8621, provided that of the amount provided in this heading, $2.25 billion shall be allocated through the total appropriation for such payments for fiscal year 2021, with less than $1.975 billion provided further that Section 2607B2B of such act shall not apply to funds made available under this heading under this act, page 105. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget Act of 1985. Payments to states for child care and development block grant. For an additional amount, payments to states for child care and development block grant, $7 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including federal administration expenses, which shall be supplemented, not supplant state, territory, and tribal government revenues for child care assistance for low-income families within the United States, including territories, without regard to requirements in Section 658 E, C3DE, or Section 658G of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act, provided that funds under this act, under this heading, this act may be used for costs of providing relief from co-payments and tuition payments for families and for paying the portion of a child care provider's costs ordinarily paid through family co-payments to provide continued payments and assistance to child care providers in the case of decreased enrollment or closures related to coronavirus, and to ensure child care providers are able to remain open or reopen it as appropriate and applicable. Provided further that states, territories, and tribes are encouraged to place conditions on payments to child care providers that ensure child care providers use a portion of funds received to continue to pay the salaries and wages of staff. Provided further that lead agencies shall, for the duration of COVID-19 public health emergency, implement enrollment and eligibility policies that support the fixed costs of providing child care services by delinking provider reimbursement rates for an eligible child's absence and a provider's closure due to COVID-19 public health emergency. Provided further that the Secretary shall remind states that CCDBG state plans do not need to be amended prior to utilizing existing authorities in the Child Care and Development Block Grant for the purposes provided herein. Provided there further that states, territories, and tribes are authorized to use funds appropriated under this heading in this act to provide child care assistance to healthcare sector employees, emergency responders, sanitation workers, farm workers, and other workers deemed essential during the response to coronavirus by public officials, without regard to the income eligibility requirements of Section 658P4 of such act. Provided further that funds appropriated under this heading in this act shall be available to eligible child care providers under Section 68P6, page 107 of the CCDBG Act, even as such providers were not receiving CCDBG Act assistance prior to the public health emergency as a result of the coronavirus. For the purpose of cleaning and sanitation and other activities necessary to maintain or resume the operation of programs, provided further that no later than 60 days after the date of the enactment of this act, each state, territory, and tribe that receives funding under this heading in this act shall submit to the Secretary a report in such manner as the Secretary may require, describing how the funds appropriated under this heading in this act will be spent, and that no later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act shall submit the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate and the Committee on Education and Labor of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, Pensions of the Senate a report summarizing such reports from the states, territories, and tribes. Provided further that no later than October 31st, 2021, each state, territory, and tribe that receives funding under this heading in this act shall submit to the Secretary a report in such manner as the Secretary may require, describing how the funds appropriated under this heading in this act were spent, and that no later than 60 days after receiving such reports from the states, territories, and tribes, the Secretary shall submit to the Committees on Appropriations in the House of Representatives and the Senate, the Committee on Education and Labor of the House of Representatives, and the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions of the Senate a report summarizing such reports from the states, territories, and tribes, provided thereafter that payments made under this heading in this act may be obligated in this fiscal year or the succeeding 2 fiscal years. Provided further that funds appropriated under this heading in this act may be available to restore amounts either directly or through reimbursement for obligations incurred to prevent or respond to coronavirus prior to the date of enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency required pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. For an additional amount for payments to states for the Child Care Development Block Grant, $50 million to necessary expenses to carry out Child Care Stabilization Fund program as authorized by Section 803 of this act, provided that such funds shall be available without regard to the requirements in subparagraph C3 of Section 68E, C3, or Section 68G of the Child Care and Development Block Grant. Provided further that funds made available under this heading in this act may be available to restore amounts either directly or through reimbursement for obligations incurred prior to the date of enactment of this act for the purposes provided herein. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995. Childcare Stabilization Fund, Section 803A definitions. In this section 1, CCDBG terms, the term eligible child care provider, Indian tribe, and lead agency, tribal organization, secretary, and state have the meanings given to the terms in Section 68P of the Child Care and Development Block Grant of 1990, except as otherwise provided in Section 2, COVID-19 public health emergency. The term COVID-19 public health emergency means the public health emergency declared by the Secretary of Health and Human Services under Section 319 of the Public Health Services Act of January 31st, 2020, with respect to COVID-19, including any renewal of the declaration. B, grants from the amounts appropriated to carry out the section under the authority of Section 6580 of the Child Care and Development Block Grants Act 1990. And this section, the Secretary shall award child care stabilization grants to the lead agency of each state, the territory described in subsection A1 of subsection Indian tribe and tribal organization from allotments and payments under subsection C2, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of the Act. C. Secretarial reservation and allotments. Reservation. The Secretary shall reserve not more than 1% of the funds appropriated to carry out this section for the federal administration of grants described in subsection B. Amounts reserved by the Secretary for administration expenses shall remain available until fiscal year 2024. 2. Allotments. The Secretary shall use the remainder of the funds appropriated to carry out this section to award allotments to states as defined in Section 658 of the Child Care Development Block Grant of 1990, and payments to territories, Indian tribes. Page 111. Indian tribes and tribal organizations in accordance with paragraphs and 2 of subsection and subsection B of Section 6580 of the Child Care Development Block Grant of 1990. State reservations and subgrants. Reservations. A lead agency or state that receives a child care stabilization grant pursuant to subsection B shall reserve not more than 10% of such grant funds. A, to administer subgrants made to qualified child care providers under paragraph 2, including to carry out data systems building and other activities that enable the disbursement of payments of such subgrants. B, to provide technical assistance and support in applying for and accessing the subgrant opportunity under paragraph 2 to eligible child care providers, including to family child care providers, group home child care providers, and other non-center-based child care providers, providing in rural areas and providers with limited administrative capacity, either directly or through resource and referral agencies or staffed family child care networks. C, page 112. To publicize the availability of subgrants under this section and conduct widespread outreach to eligible child care providers, including family child care providers, group home child care providers, and other non-center-based child care providers in rural areas and providers with limited administrative capacity, either directly or through resource and referral programs, agencies, or staffed family child care networks, to ensure child care providers are aware of the subgrants available under this section. D, to carry out the reporting requirements described in subsection F, and E, to carry out activities to improve the supply and quality of child care during and after the COVID-19 public health emergency, such as conducting community needs assessment, carrying out child care cost modeling, making improvements to child care facilities, increasing access to licensure or participation in the state's tiered quality rating system, and carrying out other activities described in Section 68GB of the Child Care and Development Block Grant of 1990, to the extent that the lead agency can carry out activities described in this subparagraph without preventing the lead agency from fully conducting the activities described in subparagraphs A through D. 2. Subgrants to qualified child care providers. A, in general, the lead agency shall use the remainder of the grant funds awarded pursuant to subsection B to make subgrants to qualified child care providers described in subparagraph B to support the stability of child care sector during and after the COVID-19 public health emergency, and to ensure the maintenance of the delivery system of child care services through the state that provides for child care and in a variety of settings, including the settings of family child care providers and for a variety of ages, including care for infants and toddlers. The lead agency shall provide the subgrant funds in advance of provider expenditures for costs described in subsection E, except as provided in subsection E2. Page 114, B, qualified child care provider. To be qualified to receive a subgrant under this paragraph, a provider shall be eligible under child care provider 1, with providing child care services on or before March 1st, 2020. 2, on the date of submission of an application for the subgrant was either 1, open and available to provide child care services, 2, closed due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. C, subgrant amount. The lead agency shall make subgrants for amounts awarded pursuant to section B to qualified child care providers and the amount of such subgrant to a provider. Such 1 be based on the provider's stated average operating expenses during the period of not longer than 6 months before March 1st, 2020, or before the provider's last day of operation. For a provider that operates seasonally, at a minimum, cover such operating expenses for the intended length of the subgrant. 2, account for increased costs of providing or preparing to provide child care as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency, such as provider and employee compensation existing benefits existing as of March 1st, 2020, and the implementation of new practices related to sanitation, group size limits, and social distancing. 3, be adjusted for payments or reimbursements made to be an eligible child care provider to carry out the Child Care and Development Block Grant 1990 or the Head Start Act if the period of such payments or reimbursements overlaps with the period of the subgrant award. And 4, be adjusted for payments or reimbursements made to be an eligible child care provider through the Paycheck Protection Program set forth in Section 7836 of the Small Business Act as added by Section 1102 of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act if the period of such payments of reimbursements overlaps with the period of the subgrant award. Page 116, D, 2-hour mark right now. Application eligibility. To be eligible to receive a subgrant under this paragraph, a child care provider shall submit an application to a lead agency at such time and in such manner as the lead agency may require. Such applications shall include 1, a good faith certification that ongoing operation of the child care provider have been enacted result of COVID-19 public health emergency. 2, for provider described in subparagraph B2I, an assurance that for the duration of the subgrant, AA, the provider will give priority for available slots, including slots that are only temporarily available to AA, children of essential workers such as healthcare sector employees, emergency responders, sanitation workers, farm workers, child care workers, and other workers determined to be essential during the response to coronavirus by public officials, children of workers whose places of employment require their attendance, children who experience homelessness, children with disabilities, children at risk of child abuse and neglect, and children in foster care in states, tribal communities, or localities where stay-at-home or related orders are in effect, or BB, children of workers whose places of employment require their attendance, children experiencing homelessness, children with disabilities, children at risk of child abuse and neglect, children in foster care, children whose parents are in school or in a training program in states, tribal communities, or localities where stay-at-home related orders are not in effect. BB, the provider will implement policies in line with guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the corresponding state, tribal, and local authorities, and in accordance with the state, tribal, and local authorities for child care providers that remain open, including guidance on sanitation practices, group size limits, and social distancing. CC, for each employee, the provider will pay the full compensation described in subsection E1C, page 119, 2 hours and 1 minute in, including any benefits that were provided to the employee as of March 1st, 2020, referred to in this clause as full compensation, and will not take any action that reduces the weekly amount of the employee's compensation below the weekly amount of the full compensation, or that reduces the employee's rate of compensation below the rate of full compensation. And DD, the provider will provide relief from co-payments and tuition payments for the families enrolled in the provider's program, and prioritize such relief for families struggling to make either type of payments. 3, for provider described as subparagraph B22 as an assurance that AA, for the duration of the provider's closure due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, for each employee, the provider will pay full compensation and will not take any action that reduces the weekly amount of the employee's compensation below the weekly amount of the full compensation, or that reduces the employee's rate of compensation below the rate of the full compensation. BB, children enrolled as March 1st, 2020, will maintain their slots unless their families choose to disenroll the children. CC, for the duration of the provider's closure due to COVID-19 public health emergency, the provider will provide relief from co-payments and tuition payments from the families enrolled in the provider's program, and prioritize such relief for families struggling to make either type of payments. And DD, the provider will resume operations when the provider is able to safely implement policies in line with the guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the corresponding state, tribal, and local authorities, and in accordance with the state, tribal, and local authorities. 4, information about the child care provider's AA program characteristics sufficient to allow the lead agency to establish the child care provider's priority status as described in subparagraph F. BB, program operational status as on the date of submission of the application. CC, type of program, including whether the program is a center-based child care, family care, or group home child care, or other non-center-based child care type program. Page 122. DD, total enrollment on the date of submission of the application and total capacity as allowed by the state and tribal authorities, and EE, receipt of assistance and amount of assistance through a payment of reimbursement described in subparagraph C4 and the time period for which the assistance was made. 5, information necessary to determine the amount of the subgrant, such as information about the provider's state average operating expenses over the appropriate period described in subparagraph CI. 6, such other limited information as the lead agency shall determine to be necessary to make subgrants to qualified child care providers. Page 123, 2, frequency. The lead agency shall accept and process applications submitted under this subparagraph on a rolling basis. 3, updates. The lead agency shall, 1, at least once a month verify by obtaining a self-attestation from each qualified childcare provider that receives such a subgrant from the agency whether the provider is open and available to provide child health services or is closed due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. 2, allow the qualified childcare provider to update the information provided in the prior application. And 3, adjust the qualified childcare provider's subgrant award as necessary based on changes to the application information, including changes to the provider's operation status. 4, existing applications if a lead agency has established and implemented a grant program. Page 124, for childcare providers that is in effect on the date of the enactment of this act, an eligible childcare provider has already submitted an application for such a grant for a lead agency containing the information specified in Clause 2. The lead agency shall treat the application as an application submitted under the subparagraph if an eligible childcare provider has already submitted such an application containing part of the information specified in Clause 1. The provider may submit to the lead agency an abbreviated application that contains the remaining information, and the lead agency shall treat the 2 applications as an application submitted under this subparagraph. E, materials. 1, in general, the lead agency shall provide the materials and other resources related to the subgrants, including notification of subgrant opportunities and application barriers to qualified childcare providers in the most commonly spoken languages in the state. Page 125, 125 minutes in. 2, application. The application shall be accessible on the website of the lead agency within 30 days after the lead agency receives grant funds awarded pursuant to subsection B, and shall be accessible to all eligible childcare providers, including family childcare providers, group home childcare providers, and other non-center-based childcare providers in rural areas and providers with limited administrative capacity. F, priority in making subgrants under this section. The lead agency shall give priority to qualified childcare providers the prior to or on March 1st, 2020, provide childcare center during non-traditional hours. 2, serve dual language learners, children with disabilities, children experiencing homelessness, children in foster care, children from low-income families, or infants and toddlers. 3, serve a high proportion of children whose families receive subsidies under the Child Care and Development Block Grant of 1990 for the child care, or 4, operating communities, including rural communities with low supply of child care. G, providers receiving other assistance. The lead agency in determining whether a provider is qualified child provider shall not take into consideration receipt of a payment or reimbursement described in subparagraph C3 or subparagraph C4. H, awards. The lead agency shall equitably make subgrants under this paragraph to center-based child care providers, family child care providers, group home child providers, and other non-center-based child care providers, such that qualified child care providers are able to access the subgrant opportunity under this paragraph, regardless of the provider's setting, size, or administrative capacity. I, obligation. The lead agency shall obligate at least 50% of the funds available to carry out this section for subgrants described in this paragraph within 6 months of the date of the enactment of this act. Page 127, E, uses of funds. In general, a qualified child care provider that receives funds through such a subgrant may use the funds for costs of A, payroll, B, employee benefits, including group health plan benefits and during periods of paid sick, medical, family leave, and insurance premiums, C, employee salaries or similar compensation, including any income or other compensation to a sole proprietor or independent contractor that is a wage, commission, income, net earnings from self-employment, or similar compensation. D, employee recruitment and retention. E, payment on any mortgage obligation. F, rent, including rent under a lease agreement. G, utilities and facility maintenance. H, insurance. I, providing premium paid for child care providers and other employees who provide services during COVID-19 public health emergency. Page 128, J, sanitation and other costs associated with cleaning. K, personal protective equipment and other equipment necessary to carry out the functions of the child provider. L, training and professional development related to health and safety procedures, including the proper implementation policies in line with guidance from the CDC and the corresponding state, tribal, and local authorities in accordance with state, local, and tribal orders. M, purchasing and updating equipment and supplies to serve children during non-traditional hours and modifications of child care services as a result of COVID-19 public health emergencies, such as limiting group sizes, adjusting staff to child ratios, and implementing other heightened health and safety measures. O, mental health supports for children and employees. P, other goods and services to maintain or resume operation of the child care program or to maintain the viability of the child care provider as a going concern during and after the COVID-19 public health emergency. 2, reimbursement. Page 129, the qualified child care provider may use the subgrant funds to reimburse the provider for sums obligated or expended before the date of the enactment of the act for this cost of a good or service described in paragraph 1. 2, respond to COVID-19 public health emergency. F, reporting. 1, initial report. Lead agencies receiving a grant under this section shall within 60 days making the agency's first subgrant under subsection D2 to a qualified child care provider Submit a report to the Secretary that includes data on qualified childcare providers that applied for subgrants and qualified childcare providers that receive such subgrants, applicants and recipients, including 1, the number of such applicants and the number of such recipients, 2, the number of a proportion of such applicants and recipients that receive priority and the characteristics of such applicants and recipients associated with the priority, 3, page 130, the number of a proportion of such applicants and received that are 1, center-based childcare providers, 2, family-based childcare providers, 3, group home childcare providers, 4, other non-center-based childcare providers. 4, within each of the groups listed in Clause 3, the number of such applicants and recipients that are on the date of the submission of the applicants. 1, open and available to provide childcare services. 2, closed due to COVID-19 public health emergency. B, the total capacity of the childcare providers that are licensed, regulated, or registered in the state on the date of the submission of the report. C, a description of page 131. I, the efforts of the lead agency to publicize the availability of the subgrants under this section and conduct widespread outreach to eligible childcare providers about such subgrants, including efforts to make materials available in the languages other than English. 2, the lead agency's methodology for determining amounts of subgrants under section D2. 3, the lead agency's timeline for dispersing the subgrant funds. And 4, the lead agency's plan for ensuring that qualified child care providers that receive funding through such a subgrant comply with assurances described in subsection D2D and use of funds compliance with subsection E and D, such other limited information as the Secretary may require. 2, quarterly report. The lead agency shall, following the submission of such initial report, submit to the Secretary a report that contains the information described in subparagraphs A, B, and D of paragraph 1 once a quarter until all funds allotted for activities authorized under this section are expended. 3, final report, page 132, not later than 60 days after a lead agency receiving a grant under this section has obligated all the grant funds, including funds received under section H. The lead agency shall submit a report to the Secretary in such a manner as the Secretary may require. That includes A, the total number of eligible child care providers who were providing child care services on or before March 1st, 2020 in the state, and the number of such providers that provided an application under subsection D2D, the number of qualified child care providers in the state that receive funds through the grant. C, the lead agency's methodology for determining amounts of subgrants under subsection D2. D, the average and range of the subgrant amounts for provider type, center-based child care, family care, group care, home care, or other non-center child-based child care provider. Page 133, E, the percentage of child care providers that receive such a subgrant that on or before March 1st, 2020, 1, provided child care during non-traditional hours. 2, served dual language learners, children with disabilities, children experiencing homelessness, children in foster care, children from low-income families, or infants or toddlers. 3, served a high proportion of children whose families receive subsidies under the Child Care Development Block Grant for the child care. And 4, operate in communities, including rural communities with a low supply of child care. F, the number of children served by the child care providers that receive such subgrant for the duration of the subgrant. G, this percentage of the child care providers that receive such subgrant that are 1, center-based child care providers, 2, family-based child care providers, 3, group home child care providers, or 4, other non-center-based child care providers. Page 134. H, the percentage of the child care providers listed in subparagraph G that are on the date of submission of the application. 1, open and available to provide childcare services, or 2, closed due to COVID-19 public health emergency. I, information about how childcare providers use the funds received under such subgrant. J, information about how the lead agency used funds reserved under subsection D1. And K, information about how the subgrants help to stabilize the childcare sector. 4, reports to Congress. 1, findings from initial reports not later than 60 days after receiving all reports required to be submitted under paragraph 1. The Secretary shall provide a report to the Committee on Education and Labor for the House of Representatives, to the Committee on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions of the Senate, and to the Committee of Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, summarizing the findings from the reports received under paragraph 1. B, findings from final reports not later than 36 months after the date of enactment of this act. The Secretary shall provide a report to the Committee on Education and Labor on the House of Representatives, to the Committee of Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions of the Senate, and to the Committee on Appropriations on the House of Representatives, to the Committee on the House of Representatives and the Senate, summarizing the findings and the reports received under paragraph 3. G, supplement, not supplant. Amounts made available to carry out this section shall be used to supplement, not supplant, other federal, state, and local public funds expended to provide child care services for eligible individuals, including funds provided under the Child Care Development Block Grant Act of 1990 and state child care programs. H, reallotment of unobligated funds, page 136. 133 minutes in. 1. Unobligated funds. The state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization that anticipates being unable to obligate all grant funds received under this section by September 30th, 2022 shall notify the Secretary at least 60 days prior to such date of the amount of funds it anticipates being unable to obligate by such date. A state, Indian, tribe, or tribal government shall return to the Secretary any grant funds received under this section that the state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization does not obligate by September 30th, 2022. Reallotment. The Secretary shall award new allotments and payments in accordance with subsection C2 to covered states, Indian tribes, and tribal organizations from funds that are returned under paragraph 1 within 60 days of receiving such funds. Funds made available through the new allotments and payments shall remain available to each covered state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization until September 30, 2023. 3. Covered state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization for purposes of paragraph 2. A covered state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization is a state, Indian, tribe, or tribal organization that received an allotment or payment under the section and was not required to return grant funds under paragraph 1. Page 137. 1. Exceptions. The Childcare and Development Block Grant of 1990, excluding requirements in subparagraph C through E of section 68E, C3, section 68G, and section 68J of such act shall apply to child care services provided under this section. The extent of the application of such act does not conflict with the provisions of this section. Nothing in this act shall be construed to be required a state, Indian, tribe, or a tribal organization to submit an application other than the application described in section 68E or 68.0C of the Childcare and Development Block Grant Act of 1990 to receive a grant under this act. Application and carrying out the Childcare and Development Block Grant Act of 1980 with funds other than the funds made available under this heading. In this act, the Secretary shall calculate the amounts of appropriated funds described in subsections A and B of section 6580 of such act by excluding the funds made available under this heading in this act. Page 138, Children and Family Services Programs. For an additional amount of Children and Family Services Programs, $3.7 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, which shall be used as follows. 1. $1.7 billion for making payments under the Head Start Act, including federal administration expenses, and allocated in an amount that bears the same ratio to such portion as the number of enrolled children served by the agency involved bears the number of enrolled children by all Head Start agencies, provided that none of the funds made available in this paragraph shall be included in the calculation of the base grant in subsequent fiscal years as such a term is determined in sections 640A7A, 641AH1B, and 645D3 of the Head Start Act, provided third that the funds made available in this paragraph are subject to the allocation requirements of 640A of the Head Start Act. I'm going to pause here, let the dog out, and take a bite to eat. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Quick break. It's 10:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Pacific Time. I'm on page 139, so I'm a couple hours in, and so less than 5% through the HEROES Act, but let's keep going. Some good stuff here. Okay, we're under education now. Section 2 here, $100 million for family violence prevention and services grants is authorized by Section 303A and 303B of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, with such funds available to grantees without regarding to matching requirements. Page 139. Under Section 306C4 of such act, of which $2 million shall be for the National Domestic Violence Hotline, provided that the Secretary of Health and Human Services may make such funds available for providing temporary housing and assistance to victims of family, domestic, and dating violence. 3. $75 million for child welfare services as authorized by Subpart 1 of Part B of Title 4 of the Social Security Act, with such funds available to grantees without regard to matching requirements under Section 424A of that Act or any applicable reductions in federal financial participation under Section 424F of that Act. 4. $225 million for necessary expenses for community-based grants for the prevention of child abuse and neglect under Section 209 of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, which the Secretary shall make without regard to Sections 203B1 and 204.4 of such Act. 5. $100 million for necessary expenses for the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, state grant programs authorized by Section 112 of such Act, and page 146. $1.5 billion for necessary expenses for grants to carry out the low-income household drinking water and wastewater assistance program as described in Section 303 of Division U of this Act, provided that funds made available under this heading in this Act may be used for the purposes provided herein to reimburse costs incurred between January 20th, 2020 and the date of the award, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Administration for Community Living, Aging, and Disability Services Programs. For an additional amount for Aging and Disability Services Programs, $1 billion to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus, provided that the amount made available under this heading in this Act, $925 million, shall be for activities authorized under Older Americans Act 1965 of the OAA, including $200 million for supportive services under Part B of Title III, $480 million for nutrition services under subparts 1 and 2 of Part C of Title III, $20 million for nutrition services under Title VI, $150 million for supportive services or for family caregivers under Part E of Title III, $44 million for evidence-based health promotion and disease prevention services under Part D of Title III, $6 million for aging network support activities to develop targeted research outreach strategies to reach particularly at-risk populations, including populations targeted under Section 306A4A1L of such Act, $20 million for elder Americans for elder rights protection activities, including the long-term ombudsman program under Title VII, and $5 million shall be for grants to states to support the network of statewide senior legal services, including existing senior legal hotlines, efforts to expand such hotlines to all interested states, and legal assistance to providers in order to ensure seniors have access to legal assistance, with such fund allotted to states consistent with paragraphs through 3 of Section 304A of the OAA, provided further that state matching requirements under Sections 304D1D and 373G2 of the OAA shall not apply to funds made available under the heading, provided further that of the amount made available under this heading in the Act, $50 million shall be available for activities authorized in the Developmental Disabilities Act and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, provided further that the amount made available under this heading in this Act, $25 million shall be for activities authorized in the Assistive Technology Act of 2004, provided further that of the amount made available in the preceding proviso, $5 million shall be for the purchase of equipment to allow interpreters to provide appropriate and essential services to the hearing impaired community, provided further that for the purposes of the funding provided in the preceding proviso during the emergency period described in Section 1135G 1B of the Social Security Act for purposes of Section 4E 2A of the Assistive Technology Act of 2004, the term targeted individuals and entities, as the term is defined in Section 316 of the Assistive Technology Act of 2004, shall be deemed to include American Sign Language certified interpreters who are providing interpretation services remotely for individuals with disabilities, provided further that during such emergency period for the purposes of providing previous two provisos to facilitate the ability of individuals with disabilities to remain in their homes and practice social distancing, the Secretary shall waive the prohibitions of the use of grant funds for direct payments for an assistive technology device for an individual with a disability under Sections 4E2A and 4E5 of such Act, provided further that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995, page 143, for an additional amount of Aging and Disability Services Program, $175 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus shall be used for as follows. 1. $5 million for elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation forensic centers as authorized by Section 203(1)(f) of the Social Security Act. 2. $14 million for grants for long-term care staffing and technology as authorized by Section 204D of the Social Security Act. 3. $123 million for adult protective services, functions, and grants as authorized by Sections 204A2, 204B5, and 204C6 of the Social Security Act. 4. $18 million for long-term care ombudsman program grants and training as authorized by Section 204.3A2, 204.3B2 of the Social Security Act. 5. $14 million for investigation systems and training as authorized by Sections 6703B1C and 6703B2C of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. 6. $1 million for assessment reports as authorized by Section 207 of Division J of this Act, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of the Secretary, Public Health and Social Services Emergency Fund. For an additional amount for Public Health and Social Services Emergency Fund, $21.25 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or internationally, including the development of necessary countermeasures and vaccines, prioritizing platform-based technologies with U.S.-based manufacturing capabilities, the purchase of vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, necessary medical supplies, as well as medical surge capacity, addressing blood supply chain, workforce modernization, telehealth access, and infrastructure. Initial advanced manufacturing, novel dispensing enhancements to the U.S. commissioned core and other preparedness and response activities, provided that funds appropriated under this paragraph in the Act may be used to develop and demonstrate innovations and enhancements to manufacturing platforms to support such capabilities, provided, page 145, further that the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall purchase vaccines developed using funds made available under this paragraph in this Act to respond to an outbreak of pandemic related to coronavirus in quantities determined by the Secretary to be adequate to address the public health need, provided further that products purchased by the federal government with funds made available under this paragraph in this Act, including vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, shall be purchased in accordance with the federal acquisition regulation. Guidance on fair and reasonable pricing, provided further that the Secretary may take such measures authorized under current law to ensure that vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics developed from funds provided in this Act will be affordable in the commercial market, provided further that in carrying out the previous proviso, the Secretary shall not take actions that delay the development of such products, provided further that the products purchased with funds appropriated under this paragraph in this Act may, at the discretion of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, be deposited in the Strategic National Stockpile under Section 319F2 of the Public Health Service Act, provided further that the funds appropriated under this paragraph in this Act may be transferred to and merged with the fund authorized by Section 319F4 of the Covered Countermeasure Process Fund of the Public Health Service Act, provided further that of the amount made available under this paragraph in this Act, $20 billion shall be available to the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority for necessary expenses of advanced research, development, manufacturing, production, and purchase of vaccines, therapeutics, and ancillary medical products to prevent the spread of SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 as described in Section 702 of Division K of this Act, provided further that the amount made available under this paragraph in this Act, $500 million, shall be available to the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority for the construction, renovation, or equipment of U.S.-based next-generation manufacturing facilities other than facilities owned by the United States government. Provided further that of the amount made available under this paragraph in this Act, $500 million shall be available to the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority to promote innovation in antibacterial research and development, provided further that funds made under this paragraph in this Act may be used for grants for the rent, lease, purchase, acquisition, construction, alteration, and renovation, federally owned facilities to improve preparedness and response capability at the state and local level, provided further that, page 147, that funds appropriated in this paragraph in this Act may be used for the construction, alteration, renovation, or equipping of non-federally owned facilities for the production of vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and medicines and other items purchased under Section 319F2A of the Public Health Service Act, where the Secretary determines that such a contract is necessary to assure sufficient domestic product of such supplies, provided further that all construction, alteration, or renovation work carried out in whole or in part with funds appropriated under this heading in this Act, the CARES Act, or the Paycheck Protection Program and Health and Care Enhancement Act, shall be subject to the requirements of 42 U.S.C., provided further that not later than 7 days after the date of the enactment of this Act and weekly thereafter until the public health emergency related to coronavirus is no longer in effect, the Secretary shall report to the Committee on the Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate on the current inventory of ventilators and personal protective equipment in the Strategic National Stockpile, including the numbers of face shields, gloves, goggles and glasses, gowns, head covers, masks, and respirators, as well as deployment of ventilators and personal protective equipment during the previous week, reported by state and other jurisdiction, provided further that not later than the first Monday in February of fiscal year 2021 and each fiscal year thereafter, the Secretary shall include in the annual budget submission for the Department and submit to the Congress the Secretary's request with respect to expenditures necessary to maintain the minimum level of relevant supplies in the Strategic National Stockpile, including a case of significant pandemic in consultation with the Working Group under Section 319FA of the Public Health Service Act and the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasures Enterprise established under Section 28111 of such Act, provided further that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 for an additional amount of Public Health and Social Services Emergency Fund, $50 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for necessary expenses, to make payments under the Healthcare Provider Relief Fund as described in Section 611 of Division K of this Act, provided that such an amount designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995, for an additional amount for the Public Health and Social Services Emergency Fund, $75 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus for necessary expenses to carry out COVID-19 national testing, contact tracing initiative as described in Subtitle D of Title 5 of Division K of this Act, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995. Department of Education State Fiscal Stabilization Fund, for an additional amount for State Fiscal Stabilization Fund, $208 billion, $58 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the Secretary of Education, referred to under this heading as Secretary, shall make grants to the governor of each state for support of elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education, and as applicable, early childhood education programs and services, provided further that of the amount made available, the Secretary shall first allocate up to 0.5% to the outlining areas and 0.5% to the Bureau of Indian Education, BIE, for BIE-funded schools and tribal colleges, page 150, of or universities for activities consistent with this heading under such terms and conditions as the Secretary may determine in consultation with the Secretary of the Interior, provided further that the Secretary may reserve up to $30 million for administration and oversight of the activities, and under this heading provided further that the Secretary shall allocate 61% of the remaining funds made available to carry out this heading to the states on the basis of their relative population of individuals aged 5 through 24, and allocate 39% on the basis of the relative number of children counted under Section 1124C of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 as state grants, provided further that state grants shall support statewide elementary, secondary, and post-secondary activities, subgrants to local education agencies, and subgrants to public institutions of higher education, provided further that states shall allocate 85% of the funds received under the fourth proviso as subgrants to local educational agencies in proportion to the amounts of funds such local educational agencies received under Part A of Title I of the ESEI in the most fiscal year, provided further that subgrants provided under this preceding proviso shall be administered by state educational agencies, page 151, provided further that states shall allocate 13% of the funds received under the fourth proviso as subgrants to public institutions of higher education, of which 75% of shall be apportioned according to the relative share in the state of students who received Pell Grants who are not exclusively enrolled in distance education courses prior to the coronavirus emergency at the institution of the previous award year, and 25% shall be apportioned according to the relative share in the state of the total enrollment of students and the institutions who are not exclusively enrolled in distance education courses prior to the coronavirus emergency at the institution of the previous year, provided further that the governor may use any funds received under the fourth proviso that are not specifically reserved under this heading for additional support to elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education, including support for under-resourced institutions with high burden due to the coronavirus, and institutions who do not possess distance education capabilities prior to the coronavirus emergency, provided further that the governor shall return to the Secretary any funds received that the governor does not award to local education agencies and public institutions of higher education, or otherwise commit within 2 years of receiving such funds as the Secretary shall reallocate, page 152, such funds to the remaining states in accordance with the fourth proviso, provided further that governors shall use state grants and subgrants to maintain and restore state and local fiscal support for elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education, provided further that funds for local educational agencies may be used for any activity authorized by the ESEA, including the Native Hawaiian Education Act and Alaska Native Educational Equity Support and Assistance Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, Subtitle B of Title 7 of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, the Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, or the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006, the Perkins Act, provided further that a state or local educational agency receiving funds under this heading may use the funds for activities coordinated with state, local, tribal, territorial, public health departments to detect, prevent, and mitigate the spread of infectious disease or otherwise to coronavirus support online learning by purchasing educational technology and internet access for students, which may include assistive technology or adaptive equipment that aids in regular substantive educational interactions between students and their classmates and their classroom instructor, providing ongoing professional development to staff and how to effectively provide quality academic instruction. Page 153, provide assistance for children and families to promote equitable participation in quality online learning, plan and implement activities related to supplemental after-school programs and summer learning, including providing classroom instruction or quality online learning during the summer months, plan for and coordinate during long-term closures, provide technology for quality online learning to all students, and how to support the needs of low-income students, racial and ethnic minority students with disabilities, English learners, including through such activities as are authorized under Title III of the ESEA, such as ensuring the access of English learners to online learning, supporting professional development of digital instruction for English learners, engagement with the parents of English learners, expanded summer and after-school programs, and mental health supports students experiencing homelessness and child and foster care, including how to address learning gaps that are created or exacerbated due to long-term closure, support the continuity of student engagement through social and emotional learning and other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation and continuity of services in local educational agencies, including maintaining employment of existing personnel and a reimbursement for eligible costs, including incurred during the national emergency. Provided further, page 184, that the public institution of higher education that receives funds under this heading shall use funds for education and general expenditures, including defraying expenses due to lost revenue, reimbursement for expenses already incurred, and payroll, and grants to students for expenses directly related to coronavirus and the disruption of campus operations, which may include emergency financial aid to students for tuition, food, housing, technology, healthcare, and childcare costs that shall not be required to be repaid by such students, or for the acquisition of technology and services directly related to the need for distance learning, distance education, and the training of faculty and staff to use such technology and services, which shall not include a payment to contractors for the provision of pre-enrollment recruitment activities. Provided further, that an institution of higher education may not use funds received under this heading to increase its endowment or provide funding for capital outlays associated with facilities related to athletics, sectarian instruction, or religious worship. Provided further, that funds may be used to support hourly workers such as education support professionals, classified school employees, and adjunct and contingent faculty. Provided further, that a government or of a state desiring to receive allocation under this heading shall submit an application in such time, such a manner, and containing such information in page 155 as the Secretary may reasonably require. Provided further, that the Secretary shall issue a notice inviting applicants no later than 15 days after the date of the enactment of this Act. Provided further, that any state receiving funding under this heading shall maintain its percent of total spending on elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education in fiscal year 2019 for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022. Provided further, that a state's application shall include assurances that the state will maintain support for elementary and secondary education in the fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021, fiscal year 2022, at least at the level of such support that is the average of such state support for elementary and secondary education in the 3 fiscal years preceding the fiscal year for which state support for elementary and secondary education is provided. Provided further, that any state receiving funding under this heading shall maintain or exceed its per pupil spending on elementary and secondary education in fiscal year 2019, or the proportion of such states spending on elementary and secondary education in fiscal year 2019 for fiscal years 2020, 2021, and 2022. Provided further, that the state's educational agency shall only be eligible to receive funds under this act if the state in which such agency is located is either a fiscal years 2021 and 2022, does not reduce state funding for a high-need local educational agency, defined as local educational agency that has a higher percentage of economically disadvantaged students than the median local education agency in the state, such that the per pupil reduction in state funds in each such high-need local educational agency is more than the overall per pupil reduction in state funds, as calculated by the total reduction in state funds provided to all educational agencies in the state, divided by the total student enrollment across all educational institutions and educational agencies in the state. Provided further, that a state's application shall include assurances that the state will maintain support for higher education, not including support for capital projects or for research and development or tuition and fees paid by students in fiscal year 2020, fiscal year 2021, and fiscal year 2022. At least at the level of such support that in the average state of each support For higher education, which shall include the state and local government funding to institutions of higher education and state financial aid in the 3 fiscal years preceding the fiscal year for which the state support for higher education is provided, and that in such state support for higher education funding as calculated as spending for public education per full-time equivalent student shall be at least the same in fiscal year 2022 as it was in fiscal year 2019, provided further, page 157, that in such application, the government shall provide baseline data that demonstrates the state's current status in each of the areas described in such assurances in the preceding provisos, provided further that a state's application shall include assurances that the state will not construe any provisions under this heading as displacing any otherwise applicable provision of any collective bargaining agreement between an eligible entity and a labor organization as defined by Section 2.5 of the National Labor Relations Act, or analogous state law, provided further that a state's application shall include assurances that the state shall maintain the wages, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment set forth in any collective bargaining agreements between the eligible entity and labor organizations as defined in the preceding proviso, provided further that a state's application shall include assurances that all students with disabilities as defined by Section 602 of EIDL are afforded their full rights under EIDL, including all rights and services outlined in individual education programs, IEPs, individualized family service plans, and in Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, provided further that a state receiving funds under the heading shall submit a report to the Secretary, page 158, at such a time and in such a matter as the Secretary may require that describes the use of funds provided under this heading, provided further that no recipient of funds under this heading shall use the funds to provide financial assistance to students to attend private elementary or secondary schools unless such funds are used to provide special education and related services to children with disabilities whose IEPs require such placement, and where the school district maintains responsibility for providing such children a free, appropriate public education as authorized by EIDL, provided further that a local educational agency, state institution of higher education, or other entity that receives funds under state fiscal stabilization fund shall, to the greatest extent practicable, continue to pay its employees and contractors during the period of any disruptions or closures related to coronavirus, provided further that the terms elementary education and secondary education have the meaning given such terms under state law, provided further that the terms institution of higher education has the meaning given such term in Section 101 of Higher Education Act of 1965, provided further that the term fiscal year shall have the meaning given as such term of the state law, provided further that the term state means that each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AY of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985, elementary and secondary school emergency facilities aid for the additional amount for elementary and secondary school emergency facilities aid, $5 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, Administrative Provision, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Facilities Aid. Section 804A1 grants from the amount made available under this heading in this act, the Secretary shall make elementary and secondary school emergency facilities grants to each state educational agency with an approved application. The Secretary shall issue a notice inviting applicants not later than 30 days of enactment of this act and approve or deny applications not later than 30 days after receipt. 2. For purposes of this section, the state designated agency shall mean the state educational agency, page 160, unless the governor of the state designates a state agency other than the educational agency as responsible for school facilities improvement under the section and informs the Secretary of such designation, and the term state means each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. B1. Allocation to states. The amount each state grant under subsection A shall be allocated by the Secretary to each state in the same proportion as each state received under Part A of Title I of the ESEA of 1965 in the most recent fiscal year. State reservation. A state may reserve not more than 1/2% for administration costs. 3. Reservation for outlying areas in Bureau of Indian Affairs, education-funded schools. The Secretary shall reserve from this amount made available under this heading in this act, A, 1/2% to provide assistance to the outlying areas, and B, 1/2% for payments to the Secretary of the Interior to provide assistance to the Bureau of Indian Education funded schools. Page 161, C, subgrants to local educational agencies within 60 days of the state's approved application under paragraph A. Each state shall allocate the remaining grant funds awarded to the state under this section as subgrants to local educational agencies in the state, with the grants funds allocated to the local educational agencies with the highest percentages of students eligible for a free or reduced price lunch under the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act, with the public school facilities with the highest needs related to the coronavirus as determined by the state. Public notice. The state education agency shall make subgrant information available to the public on the state educational agency website, including the local educational agencies that receive subgrant awards and the amounts provided to each educational agency. Subgrant applications to be considered for a subgrant in this section. A qualified local educational agency shall submit an application to the state educational agency that shall include at minimum page 162, A, a description of the coronavirus-related school facility needs within the local educational agency, and B, an estimate on how much addressing the coronavirus-related facility needs will cost. D, use of funds. A local educational agency that receives funds under this section may use the funds for any of the following. 1, school facility repairs and improvements to enable operations of schools to reduce risk of virus transmissions and exposure to environmental health hazards and to support student health needs. 2, inspection, testing, maintenance, repair, placement, and upgrade projects to improve the indoor air quality in school facilities, including mechanical and non-mechanical heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, filtering, purification, and other air cleaning, fans, control systems, and windows and door repair and replacement. School facility repairs and improvements support improved personal hygiene, such as repair, replacement, and installation of sinks for hand washing and touchless water dispensers for drinking and health isolation areas. 163, 4, inspection, testing, maintenance, repair, and replacement of school facility potable water systems to provide safe drinking water after prolonged shutoffs. 5, improvements to finishes such as painting and other service repair needed to enable effective sanitizing. 6, improvements to school grounds needed to enable outdoor instruction and other physically distanced school activities. 7, training of school facilities, staff in association with the above uses of funds. 8, planning, assessment, management, design, renovation, repair, and construction activities associated with the above use of funds. 9, inspection, testing, maintenance, repair, replacement, and upgrade projects to electrical systems to allow or improve information technology to provide virtual education. E, priority. A local educational agency that receives funds under this section shall prioritize funds for its school facilities that have the most significant facility improvement needs with respect to responding to COVID-19, including those identified by the CDC. Page 164, F, reporting. 1, the local educational agency shall include the following information in a report to the state educational agency within 60 days of receipt of the grant funds. A, which schools benefited from the funds in the section. B, how much funding each selected school received. And C, a description of how the grant funds were used. 2, the state educational agency shall include the following information in a report to the secretary within 6 months of a receipt of grant funds. A, which local educational agencies received funding. B, how much funding was awarded to each receiving a local educational agency. And C, a summary of the uses of funds for projects receiving funds under this section, including the amount of local or state funds, if any, applied to the projects. 3, the Secretary shall prepare and submit a report to the Committee on Appropriations on the House of Representatives and the Senate, the Committee on Education and Labor of the House of Representatives, and the Committee of Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions of the Senate within 10 months of the date of enactment of this act. That includes a summary of the types of projects that were funded with the grants. Higher education, for an additional amount for higher education, $11.942 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which $11 billion shall be transferred to National Technical Institute for the Deaf to help defray expenses, which may include lost revenue reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with transition to distance education, sign language and captioning costs associated with transition to distance learning, faculty and staff trainings, and payroll directly caused by coronavirus, and to enable emergency financial aid to students for expenses directly related to coronavirus and the disruption of university operations, which may include food, housing, transportation, technology, healthcare, and childcare, of which $20 million shall be transferred to Howard University to help defray expenses, which may include lost revenue reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to distance learning, technology costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff trainings and payroll directly related to coronavirus, and to enable grants and students, page 166, for expenses directly related to coronavirus and the disruption of university operations, which may include food, housing, transportation, technology, healthcare, and childcare, of which $11 million shall be transferred to Gallaudet University to help defray expenses, which may include lost revenue reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with transition to distance learning, sign language and captioning costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff trainings and payroll directly related to coronavirus, to enable grants to students for expenses directly related to coronavirus and the disruption of university operations, which may include food, housing, transportation, technology, healthcare, and childcare, of which the remaining amount shall be used to carry out Parts A and B of Title III, Parts A and B of Title IV, Subpart 4 of Part A of Title VI, and Part B of Title VI of the Higher Education Act of 1965, HEA, as follows. 1. $3.5 billion for Parts A and B Title III, Parts A and B of Title V, and Subpart 4 of Part A of Title VII of the HEA to address needs directly related to the coronavirus, provided that such amount shall be allocated by the Secretary proportionally to such programs covered under this paragraph, and page 167, based on the relative share of funding appropriated to such programs in the further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020, Public Law 11694, and distributing institutions of higher education as follows. A, except as otherwise provided in subparagraph B for eligible institutions under Part B of Title III and Subpart 4 of Part A of Title 7 of the Higher Education Act, the Secretary shall allot to each eligible institution an amount using the following formula. 1. 70% according to a ratio equivalent to the number of Pell Grant recipients in attendance at such institution at the end of the school year preceding the beginning of that fiscal year, and the total number of Pell Grant recipients at all in such institutions. 2. 20% according to a ratio equivalent to the number of students enrolled at such institution at the end of the school year preceding the beginning of the fiscal year, and the number of students enrolled at such institutions. And 168, page 168. 3. 10% according to a ratio equivalent to the total endowment size of all eligible institutions at the end of the school year preceding the beginning of that fiscal year, and the total endowment size of such institutions. B, for all eligible institutions under Section 326 of the Higher Education Act, the Secretary shall allot to each eligible institution an amount in proportion to the award received from funding for such institutions in the further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020. C, for eligible institutions under Section 316 of the Higher Education Act, the Secretary shall allot funding according to the formula in Section 3163 of the Higher Education Act. D, notwithstanding Section 318F of the Higher Education Act, for eligible institutions under Section 318 of the Higher Education Act, the Secretary shall allot funding according to the formula in Section 318E of the Higher Education Act. E, except as provided in subparagraphs C and D for eligible institutions under Part A of Title III of the Higher Education Act and Parts A and B of Title V, the Secretary shall issue an application for eligible institutions to demonstrate unmet need, and the Secretary shall allow eligible institutions to apply for funds under one of the programs for which they are eligible. 2, $8.4 billion for Part B of Title VII of the HEA for institutions of higher education, as defined in Sections 101 or 102C of the HEA to address needs directly related to coronavirus as follows. A, $7 billion shall be provided to private nonprofit institutions of higher education by apportioning 1. 75% according to the relative share of enrollment of federal Pell Grant recipients who are not exclusively enrolled in distance education courses prior to the coronavirus emergency, and 2. 25% according to the relative share of the total enrollment of students who are not federal Pell Grant recipients who are not exclusively enrolled in distance education courses prior to the coronavirus emergency. B, $1.4 billion shall be for institutions of higher education with unmet need related to the coronavirus, including institutions of higher education that offer their courses and programs exclusively through distance education, provided that the funds shall be used to make payments to such institutions to provide emergency grants to students who attended such institutions at any point during the coronavirus emergency, and for any component of the student's cost of attendance as defined under Section 472 of the HEA, including tuition, food, housing, course materials, technology, healthcare, and childcare, provided further that institutions of higher education may use such funds to defray expenses including lost revenue, reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff trainings and payroll incurred by institutions of higher education, provided further that such payments shall not be used to increase endowments to pay contractors for the provision of pre-enrollment recruitment activities to provide funding for capital outlays associated with facilities related to athletics, sectarian instruction, or religious worship, provided further that any private, nonprofit institution of higher education that is not otherwise eligible, page 171, for a grant of at least $1 million under paragraph 2A2 of this heading and has a total enrollment of at least 500 students shall be eligible to receive from amounts reserved under paragraph 2AI of amount equal to whichever is the loser of the total loss of revenue increased costs associated with the coronavirus of or 1 million, provided further that of the funds provided under paragraph 2B, the Secretary shall make an application available for institutions of higher education to demonstrate unmet need, which shall include for this purpose a dramatic decline in revenue as a result of campus closure, exceptional costs of challenges implemented, distance education platforms due to lack of technological infrastructure, serving a large percentage of students who lack access to adequate technology to more distance education, serving a region or community that has been especially impacted by increased unemployment and displaced workers, serving communities or regions where the number of coronavirus cases has imposed exceptional costs on the institution, and other criteria that the Secretary shall identify after consultation with institutions of higher education or their representatives, provided further that no institution may receive an award under the preceding proviso unless it has submitted an application that describes the impact of the coronavirus on the institutions and the ways that the institution will use the funds to ameliorate such impact, provided further that the Secretary shall reallocate any funds received from an institution to remaining institutions in accordance with paragraph 2A, provided further that the Secretary shall brief the Committee on Appropriations 15 days in advance of making any application available for funds under paragraph 2B, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Institute of Education Sciences. For an additional amount of Institution of Educational Sciences, $32 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, carrying out the National Assessment of Educational Progress Authorization Act, Title III of Public Law 107-279, provided that such an amount designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act. Departmental Management, Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $7 million to remain available until expanded, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including for salaries, page 173, not even 10% of the way done. For salaries and expenses necessary for oversight, investigations, and audits of programs, grants, and projects funded in this act to respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General Provisions, Department of Education, section 805. The remaining unobligated balances of the funds made available to the Department of Education, Office of Inspector General, in Title 8 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 161-136, are hereby rescinded, and an amount of additional new budget authority equivalent to the amount rescinded is hereby appropriated for the additional amount for fiscal year 2021 to remain available until expanded for the same purposes and under the same authorities as were they originally appropriated, and shall be in addition to any other funds available for such purposes, provided that the amounts appropriated by this section may also be used for investigations and are available until expended, provided further that amounts rescinded pursuant to this section that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985 are designated by page 174 the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995, section 806, section 18004C of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, is amended by striking to cover any costs associated with the simultaneous delivery of instruction due to the coronavirus and inserting to defray expenses, including lost revenue reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff trainings, payroll, incurred by institutions of higher education, provided that amounts repurposed pursuant to the amendment made by this section that were previously designated by Congress as an emergency requirement to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B2AI of the Emergency Balanced Budget and Emergency of 1985. Remember that one? Page 175, Section 807, with respect to the allocation and award of funds under this title, the Secretary of Education is prohibited from A, establishing a priority preference not specified in this title, and B, imposing limits on the use of such funds not specified in this title. Section 808, local activities and in-person care. Notwithstanding each provision in Title B of Title 4, in Part B of Title 4 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, that requires activities under such part to be carried out during non-school hours or periods when school is not in session for school year 2020-2021. An eligible entity that is awarded a subgrant under Section 4204 of such act for community learning enters may use such subgrant funds, 1, to carry out activities described in Section 4205 of such act, regardless of whether such activities are conducted in person or virtually, or during school hours or when school is in session, and 2, to provide in-person care during A, the regular school day for students eligible to receive services under Part B of Title 4 of such act, and page 176, B, a period in which full-time in-person instruction is not available for all such students served by such eligible entity. B, requirements: an eligible entity may carry out activities described in subsections A1 and the in-person care described in subsection A2 if 1, such activities in in-person care supplement but do not supplant regular school day requirements. 2, such eligible entity complies with Section 4204B2D of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act 1965, 20 U.S.C. 7174, with respect to the activities carried out pursuant to this act. And 3, such eligible entity specifies in an application for a subgrant under Section 4204 of such an act with respect to such school year or an addendum to such application how the subgrant funds will be used to carry out such activities or to provide such an in-person care or both. C, emergency designation: the amount provided by this section and designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 177, page 177, Section 809. The Secretary of Education may allow funds appropriated for grants under Part B of Title 1 and Title 6 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 for fiscal year 2020 to be available for obligations and expenditures during fiscal years 2020 and 2021, provided that the amounts provided by this section are designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Related agencies: Corporation for National and Community Service. For an additional amount for the Corporation for National Community Service, referred to under heading as CNCS, $336 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to carry out the Domestic Volunteer Service Act of 1973 Act, and the National Community Service Act 1990 Act, provided that $228 million of the funds made available in this paragraph may be used to make new and additional awards to new and existing AmeriCorps grantees and may be used to provide adjustments to awards under Subtitle C of Title 1 of the 1990 Act for which the Chief Executive Officer of CNCS determines that a waiver of the federal share limitation is warranted under Section 2521.70 of Title 45 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Provided further that of the amount in this paragraph, $26 million shall be for programs under Title 1, Part A of the 1973 Act. Provided further that of the amount provided in this paragraph, $35 million shall be for programs under the Title 2 of the 1973 Act, and not less than $23 million of these funds shall be available for the programs under Title 2, Part C of the 1973 Act. Provided further that of the amounts provided in this paragraph, up to 1% of the funds in this paragraph may be used to defray costs of conducting grant application reviews, including the use of outside peer reviewers and electronic management of the grant cycle. 2, $9 million shall be available to provide assistance to State Commission or National Community Service under Section 126A of the 1990 Act. 3, $5 million shall be available to carry out Subtitle E of the 1990 Act. And 4, $12 million shall be available for expenses authorized under Section 501A4F of the 1990 Act, which shall be awarded by CNCS on a competitive basis. Provided further that for the purpose of carrying out the 1990 Act, satisfying the requirements in Section 122 CID of such act may include a determination of need by the local community. Provided further that up to $21 million may be transferred for necessary expenses. Page 179 over 3 hours in, I believe, of administration as provided under Section 501A5 of the 1990 Act and under Section 504A of the 1973 Act, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1965. Payment to the National Service Trust, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for National Service Trust, $14 million, to remain available until expended, provided that CNCS may transfer additional funds from the amount provided under the heading Corporation for National Community Service in this Act for grants made under Subtitle C of the Title I of the 1990 Act to this appropriation under determination that such transfer is necessary to support the activities of National Service participants, and after notice is transmitted to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, provided further that the amount appropriated for and transferred to the National Service Trust may be invested under 145B of the 1990 Act without regard to the requirement to apportion funds under 31 U.S.C., provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 95, page 180. Corporation Public Broadcasting. For an additional amount for fiscal year 2021 for Corporation Public Broadcasting, $175 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including for fiscal stabilization grants to public telecommunication entities as defined by 47 U.S.C. 397.12, with no deduction for administrative or other costs for the corporation, to maintain programming and service and preserve small and rural stations threatened by declines in non-federal revenues, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Control Act of 95. Institute of Museum and Library Services, Office of Museum and Library Services, Grants Administration, for an additional amount for the Institute of Museum and Library Services, $135 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including grants in states, territories, tribes, museums, and libraries to expand digital network access, purchase internet accessible devices, provide technical support, services, and for operational expenses, provided that any matching funds requirements for states, tribes, libraries, museums, and waived for grants provided with funds made available under this heading for this act, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995. Railroad Retirement Board Limitation of Administration, for an additional amount for limitation on administration, $4.5 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the expeditious dispensation of railroad unemployment insurance benefits, and to support full-time equivalents and overtime hours as needed to administer the railroad unemployment insurance, and of which $8,300 shall be for administrative costs related to implementing rebate payments, provided that such amounts is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Limitation of the Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount of the Office of Inspector General, $500,000 to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus, including salaries and expenses necessary for oversight, investigations and audits of the Railroad Retirement Board and railroad unemployment insurance benefits funded for this act, the public law, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Social Security Administration, limitation of administrative expenses. For an additional amount for limitation of administrative expenses, $40.5 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically and internationally for necessary expenses to carry out additional recovery rebates to individuals as described in Section 101 of Division F of this Act, provided that of the amount made available under this heading in this Act, $2.5 million to remain available until September 30th, 2025, shall be transferred to Social Security Administration Office of Inspector General for necessary expenses in carrying out the provision of the Inspector General Act of 1978. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 183, General Provisions, this title, Section 810, notwithstanding any other provision of this law, funds made available under each heading in this title shall only be used for the purposes specifically described in the heading. Section 811, funds appropriated by this title may be used by the Secretary of Department of Health and Human Services to appoint, without regard to provisions of Sections 3309 through 3319 of Title V of the United States Code, candidates needed for positions to perform critical work relating to coronavirus, for which 1, public notice has been given, and 2, the Secretary has determined that such a public health threat exists. Section 812, funds made available by this title may be used to enter into contracts with individuals for the provision of personal services as described in Section 104, Part 37 of Title 48, Code of Federal Regulations, to support the prevention of preparation for and response to coronavirus domestically and internationally, subject to prior notification to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, provided that such individuals may not be deemed employees of the U.S. for the purpose of any law administered by the Office of Personnel Management. Provided further, page 184, that the authority made available pursuant to this section shall expire on September 30th, 2024. Section 813, not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall provide a detailed spend plan of anticipated use of funds made available to the Department of Health and Human Services in this act, including estimated personnel and administrative costs, to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, provided that such plans shall be updated and submitted to such committees every 60 days until September 30, 2024, provided further that the spend plan shall be accompanied by a listing of each contract obligation incurred that exceeds $5 million, which has not previously been reported, including the amount of such obligations. Section 814, of the funds appropriated by this title under the heading Public Health and Social Service Emergency Funds, $25 million shall be transferred to and merged with funds made available under the heading Office of the Secretary, Office of Inspector General, and shall remain available until expended for oversight of activities supported with funds appropriated to the Department of Health and Human Services in this act, provided that the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services shall consult with the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and Senate prior to obligating such funds, provided further that the transfer authority provided by this section is in addition to any other transfer authority provided by law. Page 185. Okay. Page 186. Title 9, Legislative Branch, Senate. Contingent expenses of the Senate's Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper of the Senate. For an additional amount for the Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper of the Senate, $6,345,000 to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, which shall be allocated in accordance with the spend plan submitted to the Committee on Appropriations of the Senate. The Committee on Appropriations of the Senate going to have so much work, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995, House of Representatives, allowances and expenses. For an additional amount of allowances and expenses, $37 million to remain available until expended for necessary expenses for business continuity and disaster recovery to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, to be allocated in accordance with the spend plan submitted to the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives by the Chief Administrative Officer and approved by such committee, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 187, Joint Items, Office of the Attending Physician. For the additional amount of the Office of the Attending Physician, $600,000 to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995, Capitol Police salaries, including transfer of funds. For an additional amount for salaries, $12 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that amounts provided under this heading in this act may be transferred between Capitol Police salaries and general expenses for the purposes provided herein with the approval requirement of Section 1001 of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act 2014, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995. Page 188, Congressional Budget Office, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount of salaries and expenses, $1.2 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995. Architect of the Capitol. Capitol Construction and Operations. For an additional amount for capital construction and operation, $115 million to remain available until expended to supplement the funding made available to the architect for the purposes of described in Title 9 of Division B of the CARES Act, that the additional amount also may be used for the purchase and distribution of supplies to respond to coronavirus, including but not limited to cleaning and sanitation supplies, masks, and our face coverings to congressional offices, committees, and visitors, including provisions for travel and other necessary work carried out by staff in the congressional districts and state offices wherever located, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being held for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Library of Congress, salaries and expenses, including transfers of funds. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $12 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to offset losses resulting from the coronavirus pandemic, of amounts collected pursuant to the Act of June 28, 1902, Chapter 1301. For revolving fund activities pursuant to Section 182 and 182A through 182E of Title II, United States Code Sections 708D and 1316 of Title 17, U.S. Code, and Sections 111D2, 119B3, 803E, and 1005 of such title, and for reimbursement of the Little Scholars Child Development Center for salaries for employees as authorized by this title, provided that the Library of Congress may transfer amounts appropriated under this heading in this act to other applicable appropriations of the Library of Congress to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, page 190. Government Publishing Office, Operations Revolving Fund, for an additional amount for Government Publishing Office. Operations Revolving Fund, $7 million to prepare for, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, which shall be for offsetting losses resulting from the coronavirus pandemic, of amounts collected pursuant to Section 309 of Title 44, United States Code, provided that funds appropriated under this heading in this act may be made available to restore amounts either directly or through reimbursement for obligations incurred to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, domestically or internationally, prior to the date of enactment of this act, provided further that such an amount designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Management Act, Deficit Control Act of 1995. Government Accountability Office, salaries and expenses, for an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $88.5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, which shall be for audits and investigations and for reimbursements of the Tidy Findings Child Development Center for salaries and employees as authorized by this title, provided that no later than 90 days after the date of this enactment of this act, the Government Accountability Office shall submit to the Committee on Appropriation for the House of Representatives on the Senate a spend plan, spending funding estimates, and the timeline for such audits and investigations. Part further, that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 221B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. General provisions, this title, source of funds used for payment of salaries and expenses of Senate employee child care centers. Section 901, here we go. The Secretary of State shall reimburse the State Employee Child Care Center for personnel costs incurred until September 30, 2021 for employees of such center who have been ordered to cease working due to measures taken to the Capitol Complex to combat coronavirus. Form amounts in the appropriations account miscellaneous items with the contingent fund from the Senate. 192, page 192, section 902, funds appropriated by the architect of the Capitol in this act may be used to restore amounts either directly or through reimbursement for obligations incurred by the architect to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, prior to the date of the enactment of this act. Funds used to restore amounts to other architect of the Capitol accounts shall assume the original period of availability of such amounts. Authority of architect of the Capitol to make expenditures in response to the emergencies. Section 903A, coverage of commuting expenses. Section 1305, this is all for the lawmakers, by the way. Section 1305A2 of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act 2010 is amended by inserting after refreshments the following: transportation and other related expenses incurred by employees in commuting between their residence and their place of employment. B, authority to provide supplies and services throughout facilities and grounds under the architect of the Capitol's care. Section 1305 of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act 2010 is further amended by inserting after subsection A2 the following: 3, may accept contributions of and incur obligations and make expenditures for supplies, products, services, and operational costs necessary to respond to the emergency, which may be provided throughout all facilities and grounds under the care of the architect of the Capitol, wherever located on a reimbursable or non-reimbursable basis, subject to the availability of funds. C, the effective date. The amendment made by subsections A and B shall apply with respect to fiscal year 2020 and each succeeding fiscal year. Section 904, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 6304C of Title V U.S. Code, any annual leave accumulated by an employee of the government publishing office in excess of the limits prescribed in Section 6304A of Title V U.S. Code remains to the credit of the employees until December 31st, 2021. Title 10, Military, Construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies. Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Benefits Administration, General Operating Expenses, Veterans Benefits Administration. For an additional amount for general operating expenses, Veterans Benefits Administration, $338 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including the elimination of backlogs that may have occurred, provided that amounts provided under this heading, page 194, in this act may be made available for the limited backlogs, may not be used to increase the number of permanent positions, provided further that of the amounts provided under this heading, up to $198 million shall be to improve the Veterans Benefit Administration's education systems, including implementation of changes to chapters 30 through 36 of Part 3 of Title 38 U.S. Code in the Harry W. Colmery Veterans Educational Assistance Act of 2017, in a bill to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to treat certain programs of education converted to distance learning by reason of emergencies and health-related situations in the same manner as programs of education pursued at educational institutions and for other purposes, and in the Student Veteran Coronavirus Response Act of 2020, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Veterans Health Administration Medical Community Leave. For an additional amount of Medi-Cal Community Care, $100 million for a one-time emergency payment to existing state extended care facilities for veterans. Page 195, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such payment shall be in the proportion to each state's share of the total resident capacity in such facilities as of January 4, 2020, where such capacity includes only veterans on whose behalf the department pays a per diem amount pursuant to 38 U.S. Code 1741 or 1745. Provided further, the amounts made available to Veterans Health Administration Medical Services in Division B of Public Law 116-136 may be transferred to and merged with the Medical Community Care account to be used for the purposes of provided under this heading in the Act, and shall be additional to any other amounts available for such purposes, provided further that amounts transferred pursuant to the preceding proviso that were previously designated by the Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Act 195 are designated by the Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Page 196. National Cemetery Administration. For an additional amount for National Cemetery Administration, $26 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act. The dog is tired too. Department Administration Board of Veterans Appeals. For an additional amount for Board of Veterans Appeals, $4 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Information Technology Systems. Here we go. For an additional amount for Information Technology Systems, $45 million to remain available until September 30th, 2021, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that amounts provided under this heading shall be to improve the Veterans Benefit Administration education systems, including implementation of changes to chapters 30 through 36 of Part 3 of Title 38 U.S. Code in the Harry W. Colmery Veterans Educational Assistance of 2017, in a bill to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to treat certain programs of education converted to distance learning by reason of emergencies and health-related situations in the same manner as programs of education pursued at educational institutions and for the other purposes, and in the Student Veteran Coronavirus Response Act of 2020. That such provided further that such amount is sustained by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985. Related agencies, Department of Defense, Civil, Cemeterial Expenses, Army, Salaries and Expenses, for an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $2 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 198. American Battle Monuments Commission, Salaries and Expenses. For an additional amount for the salaries and expenses, $2 million to prepare for, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General provisions, this title, including transfer of funds. Section 1001. All right, we crossed the 1001 threshold. We're about to cross the 200-page threshold in a minute, and we'll reassess how we're doing. Title 10 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, CARES Act, is amended under the heading Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Administration Grants for Construction of State Extended Care Facilities by striking including to modify or alter existing hospital, nursing home, and domiciliary facilities in state homes provided and inserting in lieu thereof the following, which shall be for modifying or altering existing hospital, nursing home, and domiciliary facilities in state homes, provided that the Secretary shall conduct a new competition or competition to award grants to states using funds provided under this heading in this act, provided further that such grants may be made to reimburse states for the cost of modifications or alterations that have been initiated, page 199, or completed before an application for a grant under the section is approved by the Secretary, provided further that the use of funds provided under this heading in this act shall not be subject to state matching fund requirement, application requirements, cost threshold, the priority list, deadlines, award dates under sections 8134 and 8135 of Title 38, United States Code, and Part 59 of Chapter 1 of Title 38, Code of Federal Regulations, and shall not be subject to requirements of Section 501D of Title 38 U.S. Code, provided further that the Secretary may establish and adjust rolling deadlines for applications for such grants and may issue multiple rounds of application periods for the awards of such grants under this section, provided that amounts repurposed pursuant to this section that were previously designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 1002 of the unobligated balances available to the Department of Veterans Affairs from Title 10 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, CARES Act, for Veterans Health Administration medical services, up to $100 million may be transferred to the Department of Administration Information Technology Systems to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus domestically or nationally for improvements to supply chain systems, including the Defense Medical Logistics Standard Support System, provided that not more than $50 million may be transferred to development subaccount for the Supply Chain Management Project, provided further that the transferred funds shall be in addition to any other funds made available for this purpose, provided further that the amount transferred in this section that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 200. All right, we covered a lot of ground. It's after midnight here, Pacific time. Going to get a little rest, and let's see how far we get. Okay, everyone, I'm 3.5 hours into reading the entire HEROES Act. It's the morning now, and I'm on page 200. I'm less than 10% done. Honestly, this is way more denser than I expected. It's insane, but I'm doing this because I want to raise awareness for the HEROES Act. The American people need a new stimulus package. That's why I'm reading this. That's why we're donating all of our revenue this month to subscribers of our channel. So please subscribe if you haven't so far. I'm going to try to read as much as possible. Honestly, this is so dense and exhausting, but thanks so much for your support, and let's do what we can. So page 201, Title 11, Department of State, Foreign Operations and Related Programs, Department of State, Administration of Foreign Affairs, Diplomatic Programs. For an additional amount for diplomatic programs, $500 million for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including for evacuation purposes, evacuation expenses, emergency preparedness, maintaining consular operations and other operations, and maintenance requirements related to the consequences of coronavirus, domestically or internationally, of which $425 million shall be for consular and border security programs to remain available until expended for offsetting losses resulting from the coronavirus pandemic of fees collected and deposited into such account pursuant to Section 7081 of Public Law 11531, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Inspector General. Okay, for an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $4.4 million for oversight of activities conducted by the Department of State and made available to prevent and prepare for and respond to coronavirus by this title and by prior act, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. United States Agency for International Development, USAID, funds appropriated to the President, operating expenses. For an additional amount for operating expenses, $50 million to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus and for other operations and maintenance requirements related to consequences of coronavirus, provided that such is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $3.5 million for oversight of activities conducted by the U.S. Agency for International Development and made available to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus by this title and by prior acts, provided that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Bilateral economic assistance, funds appropriated to the President, global health programs. For an additional amount for global health programs, $3,690,925,000 for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such funds shall be administered by the Administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, provided further that of the funds appropriated under this heading in this title, not less than $150 million shall be transferred to and merged with funds made available for the Emergency Reserve Fund, established pursuant to Section 7058C1 of the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2017, provided further that funds made available pursuant to the preceding proviso shall be made available under the terms and conditions of such section as amended, provided further that funds appropriated by this paragraph in this title shall be made available for contribution to a multilateral vaccine development partnership to support epidemic preparedness, provided further that of the funds, page 204, appropriated by this paragraph in this title, not less than $3.5 billion shall be made available to the U.S. contribution to the Gavi Alliance, provided further that funds appropriated by this paragraph in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the date of entitlement of this act, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. For an additional amount for global health programs, $4,535,925,000 for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such funds shall be administered by the U.S. Global AIDS Coordinator, provided further that not less than $3.5 billion shall be made available as a U.S. contribution to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria Global Fund, provided further that funds made available to the Global Fund pursuant to the previous proviso shall be made available notwithstanding Section 202D4AI of the U.S. Leadership Grant against HIV, AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria Act of 2003. Provided further that funds appropriated under this heading for fiscal years 2020 and 2021, which are designated as page 205, being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, and made available as U.S. contribution to the Global Fund, shall not be considered a contribution for the purpose of applying for Section 202D4AI, Provided further that funds appropriated by this paragraph in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Defense Control Act of 1985. Development assistance. For an additional amount for development assistance, $250 million for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including address related economic and stabilization requirements, of which not less than $150 million shall be made available to maintain access to basic education, and not less than $45 million shall be to maintain access to not-for-profit institutions of higher education for costs related to the consequences of coronavirus, provided that such institutions of higher education shall meet standards equivalent to those required for U.S. institutional accreditation by a regional accreditation agency recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. Provided further, page 206, that funds made available under this heading in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the date of enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Independent agencies, Inter-American Foundation. For an additional amount for Inter-American Foundation, $15 million for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to address related economic and stabilization requirements, provided that funds made available under this heading in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. U.S. African Development Foundation. For an additional amount of the U.S. African Development Foundation, $15 million for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to address related economic and stabilization requirements. Page 207, provided that funds made available under this heading in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Multilateral assistance, funds appropriated to the President. International organizations and programs. For an additional amount for international organization and programs, $935,250,000 to remain available until September 30, 2022 for necessary expenses to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus and to support the UN Global Humanitarian Response Plan, COVID-19, of which not less than $750 million shall be for the World Food Program and not less than $185,250,000 shall be for the UN Children's Fund, provided that funds made available under this heading in this title shall be allocated and allotted within 60 days of the date of enactment of this act. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995. Page 208. General provisions. This title, including transfer of funds. Section 1101. The authorities and limitations of Section 402 of the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act, Division A of Public Law 116-123, shall apply to funds appropriated by this title as follows. 1. Subsections A, D, E, and F shall apply to funds under the heading Diplomatic Programs, and 2. Subsections C, D, E, and F shall apply to funds under the heading Global Health Programs and Development Assistance. Section 1102, funds appropriated by this title under the headings Diplomatic Programs, Operating Expenses, Global Health Programs, and Development Assistance may be used to reimburse such accounts administered by the Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development for obligations incurred to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus prior to the date of enactment of this act. Section 1103, the reporting requirements of Section 406B of the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act 2020, Division A of Public Law 116-123, shall apply to funds appropriated by this title. Section 1104, Section 404 of the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act, Division A of Public Law 116-123, shall apply to funds appropriated by this title under the same headings as specified by such section. Section 1105, notwithstanding limitations in Section 609I and 609J of the Millennium Challenge Act of 2003, the Millennium Challenge Corporation may, subject to the availability of funds, extend any compact in effect as of January 29, 2020, for up to one additional year to account for delays related to coronavirus, provided that the corporation shall notify the committees on Appropriations and Foreign Relations of the Senate and the Committees on Appropriations and Foreign Affairs of the House of Representatives prior to such an extension. Section 1106, the Secretary of State and the heads of other federal agencies may rely upon the authority of Section 5924 of Title V United States Code, without regard to the foreign area limitations referenced therein, to make payments for education allowances to employees who are in the U.S. or ordered or authorized on ordered or authorized departure, page 210, or for whom travel to a post in a foreign area has been delayed to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the authority under this section shall expire December 31st, 2024. Section 1107, the Secretary of State and the heads of other federal agencies whose employees are authorized to receive payments of monetary amounts and other allowances under Section 5523 of Title V United States Code may rely upon the authority of that section, without regard to the time limitations referenced therein, to continue such payments in connection with authorized or ordered departures from foreign areas, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the authority under this section shall be available to continue such payments for a period beginning on July 21st, 2020 through September 30th, 2022, when such authority shall expire. Page 211, Title 12, Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies, Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Salaries and Expenses. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, $20 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, and including necessary expenses for operating costs and capital outlays, provided that such amounts are in addition to any other amounts made available for this purpose, provided further that obligations of amounts under this heading in this act shall not be subject to limitation of obligations under the heading Office of the Secretary, Working Capital Fund, in Division H of the Further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Essential Air Service, big program. In addition to funds provided to the Payments to Air Carriers program in Public Law 11694 to carry out the Essential Air Service program under Section 41731, page 212 through 41742 of Title 49 U.S. Code, $75 million to be derived from the general fund of the Treasury and to be made available to the Essential Air Service and Rural Improvement Fund to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Deficit Control Act of 1985. Federal Aviation Administration operations, for an additional amount for operations, $50 million to be derived from the general fund for necessary expenses to provide FAA employees with masks and PPE, face coverings, gloves, sanitizer, wipes with sufficient alcohol content, and to ensure FAA facilities are clean, disinfected, and sanitized in accordance with CDC guidance. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 213, grants in aid for airports. For an additional amount for grants in aid to airports, $13.5 billion to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus to remain available until September 30th, 2026, provided that amounts made available under this heading in this Act shall be derived from the general fund of the Treasury, provided further that funds provided under this heading in this Act shall only be available to sponsors of airports in categories defined in Section 47102 of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided further that the requirements of Chapter 471 of such title, except for project eligibility, shall apply to funds provided for any contract awarded after the date of enactment of this Act. For airport development and funded under this heading, provided further that funds under this heading in this Act may not be used for any purpose not directly related to the airport, provided further that the amounts appropriated on this heading in this Act, 1, not less than $500 million shall be to pay the local share of eligible costs for which a grant is made under this heading under the Department of Transportation Appropriations Act 2021, provided that any remaining funds after the apportionment of under this paragraph 1 shall be distributed as described in paragraph 2 under this heading in the Act. 2, not less than $12.5 billion shall be available for any purpose for which airport revenues may lawfully be used, provided that such funds shall be allocated among eligible primary airports as defined in Section 47102(16) of Title 49 U.S. Code, based on each airport's calendar year 2019 enplanements as a percentage of total 2019 enplanements for all eligible primary service airports, provided further that sponsors provide relief equaling at least 25% of the amount allocated to an airport under this paragraph to an on-airport car rental, on-airport parking, and in-airport terminal concessions as defined in Part 23 of Title 49 Code of Federal Regulations in the form of waiving rent, minimum annual guarantees, lease obligations, fees, or penalties, or at the request of the owner of an in-terminal concession to provide for a buyout of such concession. Provided further that the sponsor shall give the highest priority to an owner who qualifies as a small business with maximum gross receipts less than $56 million. Provided further that the federal share payable of the costs for which a grant is made under the paragraph shall be 100%, and page 215, 3, up to $200 million shall be available for general aviation airports and commercial service airports that are not primary airports for any purpose for which airport revenues may lawfully be used, and which the Secretary shall apportion directly to each eligible airport as defined in paragraphs 7, 8, and 16 of Section 47102 of Title 49 U.S. States Code, based on the categories published in the most current National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, reflecting the percentage of aggregated published eligible development costs for each such category, and then dividing the allocated funds evenly among the eligible airports in each category, rounding up to the nearest $1,000, provided that the federal share payable of the cost for which a grant is made under this paragraph shall be 100%, provided further that any remaining funds after the apportionment under this paragraph 3 shall be distributed as described in paragraph 2 under this heading in this act, provided further that the matter preceding the first proviso under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, is amended by striking page 216 to remain available until expended and inserting to remain available until September 30th, 2025. Provided further that amounts made available under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, shall not be subject to the limitation on obligations in any making appropriations. Provided further that any funds under the previous proviso designated as airport grants that are unobligated, recovered by, or returned to the FAA within 5 years from the date of enactment of the CARES Act shall be pooled and redistributed as described in paragraph 2 under this heading in this act. Provided further that the FAA may redistribute funds under the previous proviso on more than one occasion. Provided further that any airport that had been allocated more than 4 times annual operating expenses under this heading in this Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act shall not be eligible for funds allocated or redistributed under this act. Provided further that the administration of the FAA may retain up to 0.1% of the funds provided under this heading in the act to fund the award and oversight by the administrator of grants made under this heading in this act. Provided further that obligations of funds under this heading in this act shall not be subject to any limitations or obligations. Page 217. Provided in any act making appropriations. Provided further that all airport sponsors receiving funds under this heading in this act shall continue to employ through September 30, 2021, at least 90% of the number of individuals employed after making adjustments for retirements or voluntary employee separations by each airport as of March 27, 2020. Provided further that the Secretary may waive the workforce retention requirement in the previous proviso if the Secretary determines that the airport has experienced economic hardship as a direct result of the requirement, or the requirement reduces aviation safety or security. Provided further that the workforce retention requirement shall not apply to non-hub airports or non-primary airports receiving funds under this heading in the Act. Provided further that amounts repurposed by the provisions under this heading in this Act that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act 1995 and designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 218. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, Motor Carrier Safety Operations and Programs. Of prior year unobligated contract authority and liquidating cash provided by Motor Carrier Safety and the Transportation Equity Act for the 21st century, SAFE, SAFETAEA -LU, Public Law 10959, or other appropriations or authorization acts, in addition to amounts already appropriated in fiscal year 2020 for motor carrier safety operations and programs, $238,500 in additional obligation requirements and obligation limitations provided in reverse for obligations incurred to support activities to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Federal Railroad Administration, Northeast Corridor grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for Northeast Corridor grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, $1,392,085,000 to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and, page 219, respond to coronavirus, including to enable the Secretary of Transportation to make and amend existing grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation for activities associated with the Northeast Corridor, as authorized by Section 11101A of the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, provided that not less than $219,610,000 of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act and the National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation heading in this Act shall be made available for the use by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation in lieu of capital payments from states and commuter railroad passenger transportation providers subject to the cost allocation policy development pursuant to Section 24905C of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided further that notwithstanding Section 24319G and 24905C1AI of Title 49 U.S. Code, such use of funds shall not constitute cross-subsidization of commuter rail passenger transportation. Provided further that not more than $91,800,000 of this amount made available under this heading in this Act shall be made available to use by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation to repay or prepay debt incurred by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation under financing arrangements entered into prior to the enactment of this Act, page 220, and to pay required reserves, costs, and fees related to such debt, including for loans from the Department of Transportation and loans that would otherwise have been paid from National Railroad Passenger Corporation revenues, provided further that the Secretary may retain up to $4.89 million of the amounts made available under both this heading in the Act and the National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation heading into this Act to fund the costs of project management and oversight of activities authorized by Section 11101C of the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, Division A of Public Law 11994, provided further that $1 million of this Act made available under both this heading in this Act and the National Networks grant to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation heading into this Act shall be transferred to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses, for conducting audits and investigations of projects and activities carried out with amounts made available in this Act and in Title 12 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 116-136, under the headings Northeast Corridor grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation and National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, provided further, page 221, that amounts made available under this heading in this Act may be transferred to and merged with National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided further that such an amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for the National Network grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, $1,707,915,000 to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to enable the Secretary of Transportation to make or amend existing grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation for activities associated with the National Network, as authorized by Section 11101B of the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, Division A of the Public Law 11494, provided that not less than $349,700,000 of the amounts shall be made available under this heading in this Act shall be made available for use by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation to be apportioned towards state payments required by the cost methodology policy adopted pursuant to Section 209 of the Passenger Railroad Investment Act and Improvement Act of 2008. Page 222 provided further that a state-supported routes share of such funding under the preceding proviso shall consist of 7% of the costs allocated to the route in fiscal year 2019 under the cost methodology policy adopted pursuant to Section 209 of the Passenger Rail Investment Improvement Act of 2008, Public Law 110-432, and 2, any remaining amounts under the preceding proviso shall be apportioned to a route in proportion to its passenger revenue and other revenue allocated to a state-supported route in fiscal year 2019, divided by the total passenger revenue and other revenue allocated to all state-supported routes in fiscal year 2019. Provide further that state-supported routes which terminated service on or before February 1st, 2020 shall not be included in the cost of revenue and revenue calculation made pursuant to the preceding provision. Provided further that amounts made available under this heading in this act may be transferred to and merged with Northeast Corridor grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation to prevent, prefer, and respond to coronavirus. Provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 223. Federal Transit Administration Transit Infrastructure Grants. For an additional amount for transit infrastructure grants, $32 billion to remain available until expended to prevent, prefer, and respond to coronavirus, provided that of the amounts appropriated under this heading in this act, 1. $18.5 billion shall be for grants to recipients eligible under Chapters 53 of Title 49 U.S. Code and administered as if such funds were provided under Section 5307 of Title 49 U.S. Code, apportioned in accordance with Section 5336 of such title other than subsections H1 and H4 and Section 5337 of Title 49 U.S. Code, apportioned in accordance with such section, except that funds apportioned under Section 5337 shall be added to funds apportioned under 5307 for administration under 5307, provided that the Secretary shall allocate the amounts provided in this preceding proviso under Sections 5307 and 5337 of Title 49 U.S. Code in the same ratio as funds were provided under Public Law 11694, and shall allocate such amounts not later than 14 days after enactment of this Act. Page 24. Provided further that the amounts allocated to any urbanized area from amounts made available under this heading in this Act, when combined with amounts allocated to each such urbanized area from funds appropriated under this heading in Title 13 of Division B of the CARES Act, may not exceed more than 100% of any recipient's 2018 operating costs based on data contained in the National Transit Database. Provided further that for any urbanized area for which the calculation in the previous proviso exceeds 100% of the urbanized area's 2018 operating costs, the Secretary shall distribute funds in excess of such percent to urbanized areas for which the calculation in the previous proviso does not exceed 100% in the same provision as amounts allocated under the first proviso of this paragraph. $2.5 billion shall be for grants under Section 5309 of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided that of the amounts provided under this paragraph, A, $1.95 billion shall be for grants to recipients that received an allocation under Section 5309 of Title 49 U.S. Code for fiscal year, page 225, 2019, or fiscal year 2020, as for the date of enactment of this Act, provided that the Secretary shall calculate each recipient's non-capital investment grant financial commitment for fiscal years 2019 and 2020 as a percentage of the non-capital investment grant financial commitments of all projects for such fiscal years, and shall proportionally allocate such funds within 14 days of enactment of this Act, provided further that any recipient with a project open for revenue service for which they received a construction grant agreement are not eligible for funds provided under this paragraph, and B, $400 million shall be for grants to recipients that receive an allocation of fiscal year 2019 or fiscal year 2020 funds after the date of enactment of this Act under Sections 5309 of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided that such grants shall be allocated to such recipients in proportion to the allocation of fiscal year 2019 or fiscal 2020 funds provided to all projects allocated funding after the date of enactment of this Act. And page 226, C, no more than $150 million for any recipient of a grant under Section 5309H of Title 49 U.S. Code that may need additional assistance in completing a project that has received a grant agreement, and shall issue a notice of funding opportunity for amounts made available for projects eligible under Section 530BH of Title 49 U.S. Code not later than 120 days after the date of enactment of this Act. Provided further that if amounts remain available after distributing funds under this paragraph, such amounts shall be added to the amounts made available under paragraph 5 under this heading. Provided further that amounts made available under this paragraph shall not be included in any calculation of the maximum amount of federal financial assistance for the project under Section 5309K2C2 or 5309H7 of Title 49 U.S. Code, nor shall they be subject to provisions in Sections 5309A7A or 530911B2 of such title. 3. $250 million shall be for grants to recipients or subrecipients eligible under Section 5310 of Title 49 U.S. Code, and the Secretary of Transportation shall apportion such funds in accordance with such section, provided that the Secretary shall allocate such funds in the same ratio as were provided in Public Law 116/94, and shall allocate such funds not later than 14 days after the date of enactment of this Act. 4, page 227, $750 million shall be for grants to recipients or subrecipients eligible under Section 5311 of Title 49 U.S. Code other than subsection B3 or C1A, and the Secretary of Transportation shall apportion such funds in accordance with such section, provided that the Secretary shall allocate these amounts in the same ratio as funds were provided in Public Law 116/94, and shall allocate funds within 14 days of enactment of this Act. And 5, $10 billion shall be for grants to eligible recipients of subrecipients of funds under Chapter 53 of Title 49 U.S. Code that, as a result of coronavirus, require additional assistance to maintain operations, provided that such funds shall be administered as if they were provided under Section 5324 of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided further that any recipient or subrecipient of funds under Chapter 53 of Title 49 U.S. Code, or page 228, any or intercity bus service provider that has since October 1st, 2018, partnered with a recipient or subrecipient in order to meet the requirements of Section 5311F of such title shall be eligible to directly apply for funds under this paragraph, provided further that entities that have partnered with a recipient or subrecipient in order to meet the requirements of Section 5311F of such title shall be eligible to receive not more than 7.5% of the total funds provided under this paragraph, and shall use assistance provided under this paragraph only for workforce retention or the recall and rehire of any laid off, furloughed, or terminated employee associated with the provision of intercity bus service, including but not limited to service eligible for funding under Section 5311F of Title 49 U.S. Code, provided further that when evaluating applications of intercity bus service, the Secretary shall give priority to preserving national and regional intercity bus networks and the rural services that make meaningful connections to those networks. Provided further that the Secretary shall issue a notice of funding opportunity not later than 120 days after the date of enactment of this Act that requires applications to be submitted not later than page 229, 180 days after the date of enactment of this Act. Provided further that the Secretary shall make awards not later than 60 days after the application deadline. Provided further that the Secretary shall require grantees to provide estimates of financial need, data on reduced ridership, and a spending plan for funds. Provided further that when evaluating applications for assistance to transit agencies, the Secretary shall give priority to agencies in urbanized areas that received less than 100% of their 2018 operating expenses from the funds appropriated in paragraph 1, combined with the funds appropriated under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 161/36, and transit agencies with the largest revenue loss as a percentage of the agency's 2018 operating expenses. Provided further that states may apply on behalf of the recipient or a subrecipient or a group of recipients or subrecipients. Provided further that if applications for assistance do not exceed available funds, the Secretary shall reserve the remaining amounts for grantees to prepare for and respond to coronavirus, and it shall accept applications on a rolling basis. Provided further that if amounts made available under this paragraph remain unobligated on December 31st, 2021, such amounts shall be available for any purpose eligible under Section 5324 of Title 49 U.S. Code, page 230. Provided further that the Secretary shall not waive the requirements of Section 5333 of Title 49 U.S. Code for funds appropriated under the heading in this Act for funds previously made available under Section 5307 of Title 49 U.S. Code, or Sections 5310, 5311, 5337, or 5340 of such title as a result of the coronavirus. Provided further that the provision of funds under this heading in this Act shall not affect the ability of any other agency of the government, including the Federal Emergency Management Agency, a state agency, or a local government entity, organization, or person to provide any other funds otherwise authorized by law. Provided further that notwithstanding subsection A1 or B of Section 5307 of Title 49 U.S. Code, subsection A1 of Section 5324 of such title of any provision of Chapter 53 of Title 49, funds provided under this heading in this Act are available for the operating expenses of transit agencies related to the response to a coronavirus public health emergency, including beginning on January 20th, 2020, reimbursement for operating costs to maintain service and lost revenue due to the coronavirus public health emergency. including the purchase, page 231, of PPE and paying the administrative leave of operations or contractor personnel due to reductions in service. Provided further that to the maximum extent possible, funds made available under this heading in this Act and in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act shall be directed to payroll and public transit unless the recipient certifies to the Secretary that the recipient has not furloughed any employees. Provided further that such operating expenses are not required to be included in a transportation improvement program, long-range transportation plan, statewide transportation plan, or statewide transportation improvement plan. Provided further that grants made under this heading in this Act and in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act to recipients or subrecipients may be used to make payments to contractors providing transit operations service or maintenance of rolling stock, right-of-way, and or stations at pre-COVID-19 service billing levels in such amounts as existed on February 3rd, 2020, even if such service was produced due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Provided further that the preceding proviso may only apply if a contractor continuously trains its full and part-time workforce as the previous full or part-time status, and or where applicable, beginning on the date that employees, page 232 of the contractor, are able to return to work at their previous full or part-time status, that is laid off, furloughed, or terminated as a result of COVID-19 public health emergency or its effects under the terms of any applicable collective bargaining agreement. Provided further that private providers of public transportation may be considered eligible subrecipients of funding provided under this heading. Provided further that unless otherwise specified, applicants required under Chapter 53 of Title 49 U.S. Code shall apply to funding made available under this heading in this Act, except that the federal share of the costs for which any grant is made under this heading in this Act shall be at the option of the recipient up to 100%. Provided further that the amount made available under this heading in this Act shall be derived from the general fund and shall not be subject to any limitation on obligations for transit programs set forth in any Act. Provided further that not more than 1/2% of the funds for transit infrastructure grants, but not to exceed 125 million provided under this heading in this Act, shall be available for administrative expenses for ongoing program management oversight as authorized under sections 5334 and 5338 F2 of any of Title 49 U.S. Code, and shall be in addition to any other appropriations for such purpose. Provided further 233 that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation, Operations and Maintenance, Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, for necessary expenses to conduct the operations, maintenance, and capital infrastructure activities of the Seaway International Bridge, $1.5 million to be derived from the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund pursuant to Section 210 of the Water Resource Development Act of 1986 to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Office of Inspector General, salaries and expenses. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the funding made available under this heading in this Act shall be used for conducting audits and investigations, page 234, of projects and activities carried out by the Department of Transportation to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Public and Indian Housing, tenant-based rental assistance, including transfer of funds. For an additional amount for tenant-based rental assistance, $4 billion to remain available until expended and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, except that any amounts provided for administrative expenses and other expenses of public housing agencies for their Section 8 programs, including mainstream vouchers, under this heading in the CARES Act and under this heading in the Act, shall also be available for the housing assistance payments under Section 8.0 of the U.S. Housing Act of 1937, provided, page 235, that amounts made available under this heading in this Act and under the same heading in Title 12 of the Division B of the CARES Act may be used to cover or reimburse allowable costs incurred to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, regardless of the date on which such costs were incurred. Provided further that of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act, $500 million shall be made available for administrative expenses and expenses of public housing agencies for their Section 8 programs, including mainstream vouchers. Provided further that of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act, $2.5 billion shall be made available for adjustments in the calendar year 2020 or 2021. Section 8 renewal funding allocations, including mainstream vouchers for public housing agencies that experience a significant increase in voucher per unit cost due to extraordinary circumstances, or that, despite taking reasonable cost-saving measures, is as determined by the Secretary, would otherwise be required to terminate rental assistance for families as a result of insufficient funding. Provided further that of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act, $1 billion shall be used for incremental rental voucher assistance under Section 8.0 of the U.S. Housing Act of 1937 for use by individuals and families who are homeless, as defined under Section 103A of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, page 236. At risk of homelessness, as defined under Section 401.1 of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, or fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Provided further that the Secretary shall allocate amounts made available in the preceding proviso to public housing agencies not later than 60 days after the date of enactment of this Act, according to a formula that considers the ability of the public housing agency to use vouchers promptly and the need of geographical areas based on factors to be determined by the Secretary, such as risk of transmission of coronavirus, high numbers or rates of sheltered or unsheltered, homelessness, and economic and housing market conditions. Provided further that if a public housing authority elects not to administer or does not promptly issue all of its authorized vouchers within a reasonable period of time, the Secretary shall reallocate any unissued vouchers and associated funds to other public housing agencies according to the criteria in the preceding proviso. Provided further that a public housing agency shall not reissue any voucher under this heading in this Act for incremental rental voucher assistance when assistance for the family initially assisted is terminated. Provided further that upon termination, page 237, of incremental rental vouchers assistance under this heading in this Act for one or more families assisted by a public housing agency, the Secretary shall reallocate amounts that are no longer needed by such public housing agency for assistance under this heading in this Act to another public housing agency for the renewal of vouchers previously authorized under this heading in this Act. Provided further that amounts made available in this paragraph are in addition to any other amounts made available for such purposes. Provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading and this Act may be transferred in aggregate to Department of Housing and Urban Development program offices, public and Indian housing, to supplement existing resources for the necessary costs. I'm going to open the window for my dog here. Okay, there she goes. That amounts made available in this paragraph, that up to 5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act may be transferred in aggregate to Department of Housing and Urban Development program offices, public and Indian housing, to supplement existing resources for the necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of these amounts to remain available until September 30, 2024. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, Public Housing Operating Fund, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for Public Housing Operating Fund as authorized by Section 9E of the U.S. Housing Act of 1937, page 238, $2 billion to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020 under the heading entitled 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, that amounts made available under this heading in this Act and under the same heading entitled 12 of Division B of the CARES Act may be used to cover or reimburse allowable costs incurred to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, regardless of the date on which such costs were incurred. Provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this Act may be transferred in aggregate to Department of Housing and Urban Development program offices, public and Indian housing, to supplement existing resources for the necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of these amounts to remain available until September 30, 2024, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 239, Native American programs, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for Native American programs, $400 million, to remain available until September 30th, 2024, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, provided that the amounts made available under the heading in this act are as follows. 1. Up to $150 million shall be available for the Native American Housing Block Grants Program as authorized under Title I of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act 1996. 2. Not less than $250 million shall be available for grants to Indian tribes under the Indian Community Development Block Grant Program under Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act 1974, notwithstanding Section 106A1 of such act, for emergencies that constitute imminent threats to health and safety. Provided further that amounts made available under paragraph 1 under this heading in the Title 12 of Division B, page 240 of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. Sometimes it's CARES Act, sometimes they spell it out. Just noticing some edits when I go back and edit all of this, which are allocated to Indian tribes or tribally designated housing entities, and which are not accepted or are voluntarily returned or otherwise recaptured for any reason, may be used by the Secretary to make awards under paragraph 2 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 116-136, in addition to amounts otherwise available for such purposes, provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under the heading in this act may be transferred in aggregate to the Department of Housing and Urban Development Program Offices, Public and Indian Housing, if necessary, for necessary costs of administration, administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of such amounts and of amounts made available under this heading in Title 12 of the Division B of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act to remain available until September 30th, 2029. Okay, 9 years. In addition to any other amounts made available for such purposes, provided further that such amounts is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B 2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Page 241, Community Planning and Development, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, $65 million, to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-106, provided that amounts provided under this heading in this act are allocated pursuant to Section 854C5 of the AIDS Housing Opportunity Act 42 USC 12901, shall remain available until September 30th, 2022, provided further that not less than $15 million of the amount provided under this heading in this act shall be allocated pursuant to the formula in Section 854 of such act, using the same data elements as utilized pursuant to the same formula in fiscal year 2020, provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this act may be transferred to the Department of Housing and Urban Development for necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation of expenditure of amounts under this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030, provided further that such amount is designated, page 242, by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Community Development Fund, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for Community Development Fund, $5 billion, to remain available until September 30th, 2023, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, provided that such amount be made available under this heading in the Act shall be distributed pursuant to Section 106 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 to grantees that received allocations pursuant to such formula in fiscal year 2020, and that such allocations may be within 30 days of the enactment of this act, provided further that in administering funds under this heading, an urban county shall consider needs throughout the entire urban county configuration to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus, provided further that up to $100 million of amounts made available under this heading in this act may be used to make new awards or increase prior awards to existing technical assistance providers. Page 243, provided further that of the amounts made available under this heading in this act, up to $25 million may be transferred to the Department of Housing and Urban Development Program Offices, Community Planning and Development, for necessary costs administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of amounts under the heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2028, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, homeless assistance grants, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for homeless assistance grants, $5 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2025 for the Emergency Solutions Grants Program as authorized under Subtitle B of Title IV of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Act, as amended, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, provided that $3 billion of the amount made available under this heading in this act shall be distributed, page 244, pursuant to 24 CFR 576.3, to grantees that received allocations pursuant to the same formula in fiscal year 2020, and that such allocations shall be made within 30 days of enactment of this act. Provided further that in addition to amounts allocated under the preceding proviso, remaining amounts shall be allocated directly to a state or unit of general local government by the formula specified in the third proviso under the heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act. Provided further that not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, and every 60 days thereafter, the Secretary shall allocate a minimum of an additional $500 million pursuant to the formula referred to in the preceding proviso, based on the best available data. Provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under the heading in this act may be transferred to the Department of Housing and Development, Program Offices, Community Planning and Development for necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of amounts under this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030. Provided further that funds made available under this heading in this act and under this heading in Title 12 Division B of the CARES Act may be used for eligible activities the Secretary determines to be critical, page 245, in order to assist survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking, or to assist homeless youth aged 24 and under. Provided further that a grantee, when contracting with service providers engaged directly in the provision of services to homeless persons served by the program, shall, to the extent practicable, enter into contracts and amounts that cover the actual total program costs and administrative overhead. 2. Provide the services contracted. Provided further that amounts repurposed by this paragraph that were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the balanced budget and emergency requirement pursuant Emergency Deficit Control Act 1985 are designated by Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Emergency rental assistance for activities and assistance authorized in Section 201 of Division O of this Act, the COVID-19 HERO Act, $50 billion to remain available until expended, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress, page 246, as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Housing programs, project-based rental assistance, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for project-based rental assistance, $750 million to remain available until expended and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, provided that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this act may be transferred to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Program Offices, Office of Housing for necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of amounts under this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030, provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1995. Page 247, housing for the elderly, including transfer of funds, for an additional amount for housing for the elderly, $500 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, provided that notwithstanding the first proviso under this heading in the CARES Act, $300 million of the amount made available under this heading in this act shall be for one-time grants for service coordinators as authorized under Section 676 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1992, and the continuation of existing congregate service grants for residents of assisted housing projects Provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this act may be transferred to the Department of Housing and Development Program Office of Housing for necessary costs administering, overseeing obligation and expenditure amounts made in this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Control Act of 1995, page 248. I'm losing time here. I'm honestly more than a minute a page now. Housing for persons with disabilities, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for housing for persons with disabilities, $45 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020 under this heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act. That up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under this heading in this act may be transferred to Department of Housing and Urban Development Program Offices of Housing for necessary costs of administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of amounts under this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Control Act of 1995. Page 249. Fair housing and equal opportunity fair housing activities, including transfer of funds for an additional amount for fair housing activities, $14 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022, and to be used under the same authority and conditions as the additional appropriations for fiscal year 2020 under the heading in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act. Provided that of the funds made available under this heading in this act, $4 million shall be for Fair Housing Organization Initiative grants through the Fair Housing Initiative Program, FHIP, made available to existing grantees, which may be used for fair housing activities and for technology equipment needs to deliver services through use of internet or other electronic virtual means in response to public health emergency required to the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 pandemic. Provided further that of the funds made available under this heading in this act, $10 million shall be for the FHIP education and outreach grants made available to previously funded national media grantees and state and local education and outreach grantees to educate the public and the housing industry about fair housing rights and responsibilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Provided further that such grants, page 250 in the preceding proviso, shall be divided evenly between the national media campaign and education and outreach activities. Provided further that up to 0.5% of the amounts made available under the heading in this act may be transferred to Department of Housing and Urban Development Program Offices for Housing and Equal Opportunity for necessary costs administering and overseeing the obligation and expenditure of amounts under this heading in this act to remain available until September 30th, 2030. Provided further that such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Control Act of 1995, Office of Inspector General. For an additional amount for Office of Inspector General, $5 million to remain available until expended to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided that the funding made available under this heading in this act shall be used for conducting audits and investigations of projects and activities carried out by the Department of Housing and Development to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Control Act of 1995. Page 251, related agency, Neighborhood Reinvestment Corporation, payment to the Neighborhood Reinvestment Corporation. For an additional amount for payment to the Neighborhood Reinvestment Corporation, $100 million to remain available until expended to the National Reinvestment Corporation, NRC, for housing counseling for households threatened with housing instability due to the economic circumstances caused by COVID-19 pandemic under the following terms and conditions. 1, the NRC shall make grants to counseling intermediaries provided by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to provide housing counseling assistance to prevent and respond to the displacement of residents due to eviction, default of mortgages, or foreclosure of mortgages, housing counseling assistance. State housing finance agencies may also be eligible to receive grants where they meet all the requirements under this heading. NRC may target grants made to HUD-approved counseling intermediaries and state housing finance agencies based on their ability to serve the most vulnerable communities, based on analysis by the NRC of which areas are most impacted by the economic circumstances caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Page 252. 2, housing counseling assistance shall be made available to consumers facing housing instability, housing counseling clients. Housing counseling clients will be provided such assistance that shall consist of activities that are likely to prevent evictions or foreclosures and result in the long-term affordability of the housing unit, retained pursuant to such activity or other positive outcome for the housing counseling client. No funds made available under this act under this heading may be provided discreetly to lenders, to landlords, or to housing counseling clients to discharge outstanding rent or mortgage balances, or for any other direct debt reduction payments. 3, not less than 40% of the grant funds made available under this heading shall be provided to counseling organizations that target housing counseling assistance to minority and low-income homeowners, renters, individuals experiencing homelessness, and individuals at risk of homelessness, or provide such services in neighborhoods with high concentrations of minority and low-income individuals. I'm at 253 pages of 2,154 pages, so I believe that's a little more than 10% of the way through. Low-income owners, renters, man, this is thick. This is something else. Thanks for supporting. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We want this bill to get passed. The American people need help, so please subscribe. 4, the delivery of housing counseling assistance as provided under the heading shall involve a reasonable analysis of the housing counseling client's financial situation, resources available to the housing counseling client, and advice on applicable laws or rules regarding eviction protections, mortgage forbearance, and foreclosure protection. 5, NRC may provide up to 50% of the housing counseling assistance grants under this heading to its own charter members with expertise in housing counseling, subject to certification by the NRC that the procedures for selection do not consist of any procedures or activities that could be construed as unacceptable conflicts of interest or have the appearance of impropriety. 6, the HUD-approved counseling intermediaries and state-approved housing finance agencies receiving funds under this heading shall have demonstrated housing and housing counseling, including foreclosure counseling, rental counseling, homelessness, and or other financial counseling and outreach. Page 254, NRC may use other criteria to demonstrate capacity, particularly in uninsured areas. 7, of the total amount made available under this heading, up to 4% of the amounts made available under this heading in this act may be made available to support non-grant costs associated with the housing counseling assistance grants program, including training, administrative costs, grant compliance, and evaluation. 8, the NRC shall build the relevant capacities of HUD-approved counseling intermediaries and state-approved finance agencies through a comprehensive training program of NRC training courses, except that private financial institutions that participate in NRC training shall pay market rates for such training. 9, housing counseling assistance grants may include a budget for outreach, advertising, technology, reporting, training, subgrantee oversight and other program related to support determined by the NRC. 10, the NRC shall report annually to the committees on appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate, as well as the Senate Banking Committee and House Financial Services. Page 255, Committee on its efforts to mitigate housing instability caused by COVID-19 pandemic, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. General provisions, this title, Section 1201. The provision under this heading, Office of Inspector General Salaries and Expenses, in this title, in Title 12 of Division B of the Coroner's Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law 1636, is amended by striking with funds made available in this Act too, and inserting by, provided the amounts repurposed and this section were previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, and designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 1202. Amounts made available under the headings Project-Based Rental Assistance, Housing for the Elderly, and Housing for Persons with Disabilities in Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, Public Law 161/6, under such headings in this title of this Act, may be used notwithstanding any other provision of law. Page 256, to provide additional funds to maintain operations for such housing, for providing supportive services, and for taking other necessary actions to prevent, prevent, and respond to coronavirus, including actions to self-isolate, quarantine, and to provide other coronavirus infection control services as provided by the CDC, including providing relocation services for residents of such housing who provide lodging at hotels, motels, and other locations, provided that the amounts repurposed pursuant to the section that were previously designated by the Congress as emergency requirement pursuant to the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 are designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2AI of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Section 1203, amounts made available in this act under the headings Northeast Corridor Grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation and National Network Grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation shall be used under the same conditions as Section 22002 of Title 12 of Division B of the CARES Act, provided that the amounts made available in this act under such headings shall be used by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, page 257, to prevent employee furloughs as a result of efforts to prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, provided further that none of the funds made available in this act under such headings may be used by the National Railroad Passenger Corporation to reduce the frequency of rail service on any long-distance route as defined in Section 24102 of Title 49 U.S. Code below frequencies for such routes in fiscal year 2019, except in an emergency or during maintenance or construction outages impacting such routes, provided further that the coronavirus shall not qualify as an emergency in the preceding proviso.